Good morning, and welcome to one of our favorite moments of the year at Startup Bootcamp. And to everyone tuning in, whether you're one of our investors, mentors, or partners, welcome back. You know the drill. And to anyone who is new, welcome, and I hope that you find your place in our ecosystem. My name is Sabina Basareva here at Startup Bootcamp. I'm Global Head of Growth and Relations, and I'm very, very happy and excited to be back into my host seat for this selection days. However, this edition is a little bit more special because throughout the week we will be joined by guest co-hosts and industry experts. And today, very happy to be joined by Marta Otogali.
Thank you, Sabina, and hello, everyone. I'm truly excited to be here. In my work, I've been exploring how innovation can accelerate the energy transition and tackle climate challenges. And today's lineup of startups is right at the heart of that. I can't wait to hear their pitches and share this experience with all of you.
Amazing. Again, really excited to be doing it together. And dear audience, of course, this is your front row seat to the future. Over these 3 days, we will see 60 fantastic teams from all over the world across three main domains: energy and climate, deep tech and robotics, and health and life science. But of course, we can only accept 30 of them into our upcoming accelerators, 10 startups per accelerator. So these 3 days will also be challenging. We have to make sure we make the right selection. Now, the selection will be announced this Friday, September 5th at 5 p.m. Central European Time. So don't forget, after these 3 days, you also have to join that short call to make sure that you find out which startups made it to our accelerators. Now, every day we will meet 20 teams, 10 in the morning slot, 10 in the afternoon slot. And I will tell you in a second how you can also contribute to that selection. Today, it's all about energy and climate. And Marta, perhaps you can share a bit of insights from the space that you see.
Yes, of course. So over the past few years, we've seen enormous momentum in this space. From renewable energy breakthroughs to advances in EV charging, climate resilience, efficiency, and many more. What's really inspiring is that many of these innovations don't just address climate risks, they also open up new opportunities for growth and resilience. So that's why today's pitches really matter, and they give us a glimpse into the future.
Amazing. Thank you for the insights. And I'm really looking forward to seeing the startups actually, because what you should know is that there are thousands of applications, hundreds of interview calls and selection. There are months of scouting work behind these 20 startups that we're going to see today. These startups are truly from all over the world. They're building across energy and climate, but there are so many subdomains, of course, as we just discovered. So it's really exciting to see them because even the change from the very first time they pitched to our team to how they will pitch today, that's already a massive growth. And of course, I want to ask you, dear audience, please do not only look at the startups for what they are today or what they have done so far. Please look at the potential, because for us as Startup Bootcamp, we focus on supporting early stage startups and making sure that we help them fulfill their entire potential and help them move to the next stage. We do it, of course, with your help, a lot of our mentors, investors, and thank you again for doing that and for being with us. But that is just a note. Please look at the startups for what they may become in the future. Now, operationally speaking, every startup will have 3 minutes to pitch. After that, we will move to the Q&A part, and we will have around 5 to 7 minutes. So it's really important that you ask questions while the startup is pitching, or maybe right at the beginning of Q&A, because that's the only way we can make sure that we have time to address these questions to the startups. However, then the startups will have their ultimate challenge. They will move from this public, friendly, nice room to the room of our selection committee. And that, of course, will be tough. So we wish them the best of luck. As a result of these two rooms, as a result of your votes, and again, I will tell you in just 1 second how you can vote for the startups. As a result of all of these selections, we will make our final choice and again, announce it just this Friday. So today we will start with the first 10. We will then finish around 12 or so, and we will be back at 1:30 p.m. for the afternoon slot for 10 more startups. I even heard that we will have a little spoiler from the next day, because we will have, I think, one startup from deep tech and robotics. So you may even get a bit of a glimpse into tomorrow. So that will also be quite exciting. Now, of course, the main question is how you as an audience can help us. Again, I know that there are lots of people that have been with us for many selection days, and thank you again. then you know the drill. And for those of you that are new, there are two key things that you should be doing today. First of all, please ask questions. So there is a chat box right next to the player, so it's really easy to ask a question there. Me and Marta will see them on our laptops, and we will do our best to ask these questions to the founders during Q&A. Again, the earlier you ask the questions, the better, because then we will have time to address those. After you hear the pitch, you hear the answers to the questions, you formulate your opinion about the startup, it is time to vote if you think they belong in our accelerator, or maybe it's just not perfect time. So on the screen, you see the QR code to Matching Stars. Some of you may have already received Matching Stars invitations on your email. That is our platform, our web app, through which you can simply go vote for the startup that you think belongs in our accelerator and even provide some additional feedback. At this point, I will leave it to our CEO, Mark Jellema, to go over the platform in more details.
Hi there, this is Mark. If you go to matchingstars.startupbootcamp.org, you fill in your email, you get this screen to check your mail for a OTP code. Once you receive the OTP code and fill it into the screen, you can actually log in to Matching Stars. This will bring you to the main screen of the selection days. Now here you can see the profiles of the startups that will be pitching, and they appear in the order of appearance. So the first one that will be pitching is Ergorisk, the second one is going to be Remoda. If you want to learn a bit more about this startup than just a summary that's listed here on this card, you can press their name and you go into their full profile. This is where you can see more information that they left for you to actually be prepared for their pitch. Also a short video, 20 seconds, maximum about a minute, of them explaining their solution and their the problem that they're addressing. And in here you can see you can rate the startup. This button also is on the main screen. So if I'm here, you can see that I can also rate or leave feedback on the startup here. This is important to us because anything that you as a mentor, investor, or viewer of the live stream actually leaves with us, we will take it into the selection model that we use in order to select all the startups. So here you can tell us, what do you think is the customer value of this proposition? What do you think about the startup's business model? And once you've left your comments, please press submit, and we will take that into account when we are evaluating these startups. Now, this is a list of 20 startups. If you have a couple of favorites, you can actually save them. And if you want to see only the saved ones, you can use show save startups, press this button, and it will be a filter especially for you. That's it. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Mark, for a great explanation. So as a recap, watch the pitch, ask questions, make up your mind, and vote for your favorites. In case you have any difficulties with Matching Stars, very simple. You can just put your question in the chat or any kind of technical issue. But please, when you do that, put your email so we know who will be helping. Now, we're about to start with the first 10 startups. Very excited to do so. And without further ado, let's welcome the first one. Now, we often think that the biggest challenge for renewable energy is technology or funding. But what if the real bottleneck is paperwork? Before a single solar panel is installed, there are really projects that can stall for months, and our next startup wants to eliminate that. So let's welcome on stage Receive.net. Hi, Jonathan. Hello, hello. Not quite sure we can hear you yet. So maybe let's try to turn on and off your mic or speak up. Let's give it a try. Perfect. We can hear you now. Great. Are you excited to pitch?
I'm super excited. 1 second, technical difficulties.
Yes, just make sure to start sharing your slides.
Yes.
Let's have them. Let's have them up, and your time.
Nice. Hello, everyone. I'm Jonathan, and I'm the CEO and one of the co-founders of Receive.net. Our mission is to empower the clean energy future with streamlined due diligence. Clean energy must reach to 4.5 trillion in investments per year by 2030 to keep global warming under 1.5 degrees Celsius. But there's a hidden bottleneck slowing everything down: due diligence. It ties up billions in stranded capital and delays the transition to clean energy. Right now, due diligence is still manual and outdated. Data is scattered across different channels. making it slow, expensive, and error-prone. The process can take up to 24 months. And add to that the unique risk factors of every project, plus regulations and policies that are constantly changing. This is where Receive comes in, a cloud-based compliance software streamlining due diligence for renewable energy, making project development safer, easier, and way faster. Receive can help cut due diligence time by an average of 30%. We centralize and digitalize all project-related data under one roof. We centralize our AI-powered analysis, reduces errors, mitigates risk, and accelerates workflows. And by integrating directly with regulatory data sets, we ensure that compliance is always up to date. By 2030, global renewable capex is expected to exceed $3.5 trillion every single year. Every single project in the market requires due diligence and compliance. This makes it a mandatory and systematic step across the entire industry. There are existing players in the market. Some still rely on tools like Intralinks, generic virtual data rooms that were never designed for renewable energy, and others use focused sector platforms like Live Diligence, but none of them solve the compliance challenge, mandatory processing of information at the dataset API level. Our B2B model is a tier-based SaaS subscription with API access per user monthly, plus revenue from customization that allows us to be scalable for small firms to large enterprises. We have signed LOIs with leading consulting firms. We were recognized as top 10 renewable energy startups in 2025, and we're in advanced talks with top-tier players like Solar Power Europe and BCG. Our funded team combines expertise in renewable energy, compliance, and technology. Each one of us brings different strengths, and together we're driving the change to make due diligence in clean energy faster, smarter, and reliable. We want to join the SBC program to accelerate our integrations, turn our LOIs into revenue, and scale our market penetration. By the end of the program, our next goal is to raise a $500,000 pre-seed round to power our 18 months journey. Thank you so much, and we will be pleasant to be part of the program.
And thank you very much for your pitch. Actually, perfect timing.
Yes, really, thank you. It's a great start. So we have questions for you on the pitch. Maybe we start with the first question that relates to your strategy, because you spoke a bit about the adoption, but we would like to know, the audience would like to know, the strategy that you have for achieving widespread adoption and building a competitive advantage around your platform. We can't.
Oh, can you please check your mic? Because I think we have the same little issue we had in the beginning.
Yeah.
Just make sure it's on. Let's try to speak now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect,
Okay.
loud and clear.
It works.
Sorry for that. So our strategy is to work with consulting firms. We already managed to secure leading partnerships with consulting firms. After we will work with consulting firms, we will start integrating higher API verification so we can extend our market reach and then start working with equity and providers in the financial.
Great, thank you for your answer. His own point, as we like it. So I also you shared it very briefly when you spoke about the team, that you have a diverse set of experiences, including also the compliance and regulatory aspects. So you've probably decided to segment your market adoption like that, also based on what you've seen in the market. So that's great, and thank you for that. And maybe we move. So we have an additional questions on how you really solve the non-digital dispersed data acquisition. There's still a major bottleneck in most of the advanced countries as well, because we know how difficult it is to have a centralized, trusted source. And how do you really address this by providing the insights on one end, but also controlling, right, what gets included in the platform?
So the key for that is the data reach. Right now, we have access to different registries across Europe and the United States. We would like to expand also to Latin America and the Southeast Asian market, eventually to Africa someday. But once we combine our proprietary data reach, AI algorithms, we can provide insights from that government information and provide it to the stakeholders that are assessing the project instead of uh, searching for that information across the internet. We can simply streamline and present it to them straight to the platform.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And so maybe along those lines, so if you look beyond your 5-year financial projections, right? Imagine you have achieved those. And what is your ultimate vision for Receive.net roles in bridging the investment gap that you spoke about at the beginning of the presentation in the clean energy space?
So the goal is to become the go-to market with anything that needs to do with due diligence and clean energy development. Right now, we're working mainly with solar, wind energy. In the future, we would like to extend also to geothermal, battery storage, and also with the data centers.
Great. Great. Then one last question that I have is, what is the greatest execution risk you anticipate as you move up market into the larger institutions?
I think the greatest risk will be how to collaborate banks and financial institutions. Those industries tend to be less agile with the development of new tools and systems and workflows. The most important thing will be how to collaborate with them.
Yeah, great.
Not everybody hears what I'm saying because of an echo. I don't know if it's the
Yeah, there is a little bit of an echo, but
yeah.
I think if you
Sorry.
no worries, no worries. I think it was clear. The beginning, the answer we were able to understand. But I think what's important, maybe to highlight before we wrap up the question, is a little bit of your uniqueness, right? You spoke about, I think, the team. I think that's very valuable to highlight, as well as the traction you have received. You spoke about some of the IOIs and some of the engagement you already had in the market. So why don't you give us a glimpse into both and sort of combine your answer?
Yes, so our team are experts in their field. Anna, she's queen of compliance. She knows everything about the new requirements in different jurisdictions. Nick is an expert with anything to do with AI, architecture of cloud softwares. And yeah, I'm a renewable energy geek, so I'm always looking forward to bring tools that will help this industry further. And with the LOI, already working closely with them to make sure that we will provide them tools that allow them to scale all their operations. And this is a really valuable benefit for us.
Great. Thank you for that. Thank you for sharing that. So I think, Sabina, we have received all great answers. I think the audience will have a better sense now, not only of the challenge that you're trying to address, but also the approach you're taking, the uniqueness and the market segmentation that you have described at the beginning, how that is showing because of your experience to successful with initial traction. So I would say everyone seems to have, pretty clear context around these technologies. So if others have other questions, I'm sure they'll be able to reach out and connect directly to learn more. But for now, this has been great. So Sabina,
yes.
I want to ask.
So we always have a signature question, and this time it is, in one sentence, what is the number one thing that you would like to get out of Startup Bootcamp Accelerator if you are selected?
To help us refine our go-to-market strategy. We already started to validate. I think we found that in the value clean energy development. Together, we will have to learn how to grow that and penetrate it in a better way.
Fantastic. Well, that's a great goal to have. And of course, we wish you best of luck in the next room, in the selection room. Thank
Amazing.
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, I think that was quite a nice start. Very
Yes.
exciting first startup. Now, for everyone who perhaps just joined, please make sure that you scan the QR code on the screen. So Matching Stars QR code is always available throughout the entire day via the QR code on the screen. And again, if you have any technical issues after you scan the QR code when logging to the platform, do not hesitate to address them in the chat. The team is on it. And it is time for us to move from renewable energy to regenerating the soil itself. Farmers often face a difficult choice between increasing crop yield and protecting their land for the future. And our next startup based in Egypt offers a solution. Let's welcome on stage EcoCyan. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hi, hello.
Welcome. Are you excited to pitch?
Yes.
Fantastic. Well, let's make sure your slides are on the screen and you have 3 minutes. Starting.
Okay.
Just make sure to
Do you see?
make sure to swipe, and then we will see all the slides you
Yeah,
have.
it's clear.
Try to swipe so you can see on your screen.
I did.
I don't think we can see your slides yet. Maybe try to share them once again. Stop sharing and share them once
Okay.
again. Yeah. Sometimes this happens. We use a very interesting system. Let's make sure that you just swipe away from the screen of the live stream.
So did you see it now?
We still see the live stream screen, so you have to swipe to show the slides.
Other screen.
Let's give it another try. No worries. Let's just make sure you share the right part. I think now we're able to see that. So your slides
Great.
are on. You have 3 minutes starting now.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I am Dua Ibrahim, co-founder of EcoCyan and lecturer assistant at Heliopolis University, which is a part of SACAM initiative. And those foundations are the pioneer of organic agriculture and sustainable development movement in Egypt and worldwide. Our vision is simple. It's how can we use microorganisms to solve a real-world problem. So our mission is to regenerate agriculture via carbon capture. Today, farming is stuck in a harmful loop. Farmers rely on chemical fertilizers that drain the soil, pollute the air, and cost more every season. And farmers are left with a painful choice: either grow more food for today or protect their land for tomorrow. Because these fertilizers are built on fossil energy that releases over 23 million tons of carbon dioxide per year. But don't worry, because if we change how we farm, agriculture can actually be one of the most powerful climate solutions. And the only solution that we all know to capture carbon is plants. But what if I told you that there is something that captures carbon 10 times more than plants? It's a cyanobacteria. It is not bacteria and not a algae, but it has that strengths of both. It captures carbon, fixes nitrogen, and creates its own microbial community, not only in the soil, but also in the production process itself in the lab. Our flagship product is called the CyanoBoost, which is made from just one strain of cyanobacteria that automatically brings its own microbial community with it. That makes us more scalable, cost-effective, scientifically unique, and compared to other biofertilizers that depend on mixing multiple strains together. Cyanobacteria are rare in the market, but they are the most powerful carbon capturers on the earth. CyanoBoost sells at $20 per 20 liters. It's cheaper than synthetic fertilizer, but it doesn't stop there because farmers are also benefit from the carbon income that makes our market not only large, but also rewarding for the farmers themselves. This is not just an idea. We have tested it on plants and the results were impressive and the findings are valid by 2 research papers. And for the achievements we already made, we were one of the top 3 winners of the Regenerative Agriculture Venture Program by Gumbuk, which gave us the grant to bring our idea into reality and start EcoCyan. And we showcased at AgriMe Dubai and won a recognition at AgriNext conference. So why we are here today? Because now it's a time to scale. So we need startup bootcamp guidance, network, and funding to refine our business model and connect with the climate technology investors and expand globally. And behind all, there is a small committed team. So Dr. Iman Noor, she is an expert of molecular biology, and she is the founder of EcoCyan, and myself, a microbiologist. And together we are aiming to bridge the gap between the science and industry. And thank you.
Thank you very much for your pitch. Perfect timing.
Yes, thank you very much. We really enjoyed it. Love the energy as well. And we're ready to get started with some of the questions to hear more about what you just presented us on. But let's start with the practical things, right? So imagine I'm a farmer interested in your solution. So what does a typical season look like, and how much of your product do I need per hectare, and how many times would I apply it? So
okay. Okay, it mainly depends on the crop. It depends on the region that they are cultivating on, because due to the climate changes that we are facing now, not all the regions have the same same concentrations that we can give to each farmers, and it depends on the crop that he is using. Yeah.
Great, but then maybe what about what about having actually an example of one crop, so that we can understand that a little bit better? And before you answer, would you mind actually turning up a little bit the volume so we can hear you slightly better? Because
so now is better.
Yeah.
Okay. So you mean
much better.
Should I give you an example for a crop that we are using?
Location you choose, the one of preference you think.
Yeah, so we are here in Egypt. We have many locations, different locations here in Egypt, and we tried the product on different plants, like chamomile plants, either medicinal plants either medicinal plants that is produce essential oils, or crops such as wheat, which is one of the most economical crop that we are using now over worldwide. So how much we use, it depends on many other aspects. So it depends on the way that you are creating your soil. So
Yeah. No, and that's great. That's a great answer, but at least it's a concrete reference for people to picture this more closely, especially for those not so familiar with the space, because not everyone is an expert or knows the details of your solution. But that was a great start. So actually, a follow-up question is, what regions has this been tested on? So maybe you want to give some examples if you have beyond Egypt, or if in Egypt, if you want to describe areas specifically that you've targeted.
Okay, so actually our start was in Dubai, in the Emirates. So we tried before in the Emirates, and now we are trying in Dubai. We are trying both parallel, and we have also an example in Pakistan. So they took the sample, but we are under to know the results.
Okay, great. Just before we move on, I just wanted to check if you have other stream tabs open, because we can hear an echo, and maybe that's due to that. If you could check while but when we ask the next question, and then you can prepare. But it seems to be very intriguing. I think people really appreciated also the context and your expertise that you've clearly presented. So glad to see two women leading on science. And so I think a good question is also understanding a bit better how you differentiate, right? And maybe while you're explaining that, it will be good to understand a bit better also the pricing you explained, because one of the differentiator you presented upon before was linked to pricing and the ability of actually being not only more advantageous compared to the chemical comparative solution, but also advantages that are in addition, sort of layered on top of that. So if you could give it a better understanding, examples, or explain a little bit further your differentiation and the pricing that you described before, then maybe this will address some of the questions.
So generally, if you are a farmer and you are using a chemical fertilizer, you are emitting around 23 million tons of carbon dioxide per year. But if you are using organic agriculture or organic practices, you can capture this carbon 43 million tons per year. It's like the double. So how can we change our practices and this is one of the tools that I can help the farmers with, because I sell the product which already can capture carbon not only in the farm but in the production process. While we are making the product, it is working on taking sunlight and the water, and it is respiring the carbon dioxide. It's a living organism. So we are capturing the carbon by two ways, either in the soil or in the lab. This is this is the first part of the question. The second part, we are selling it with $20 per 20 liters, and it's very cheap than synthetic fertilizers, because the synthetic fertilizers, they are mixing different microorganisms together to get the result. We have just one strain. This one strain has its own microbial community naturally that can enhance the plant exactly like the conventional, but more.
Great. And thank you for stressing that. Maybe one more question around the pricing. You spoke about in your deck about the local availability and low price, right? So in comparison to your competitors, right? How is that you're standing out in with these two variables? That we take
So
into
yeah, actually our market, it is not that large. So the market for the fertilizers is large or big in the bacterial fertilizers, but in the cyanobacteria it is not that large. So we have the opportunity to break up through even. So yeah, that's why we are here today.
Excellent. Well, these are all great answers. And I maybe just before we wrap up, I just wanted to ask you again to highlight also your experience in the scientific field, because you're both expert in these areas. So if there's anything you want to mention to the audience.
Yeah, so we are working as a lecturer assistant at Heliopoulos University and SECAM. So SECAM, this is a very big, large initiative here in Egypt and has a partner in Germany. So they are supporting organic movement in Egypt. So they are supporting us as a startup. They are providing laboratories for us to work. They are providing the farm to test our product on. They are providing the farmers that can cooperate with them. So through this, and also on the other hand, we have published this on paper, two different papers, so these results are valid.
So much.
Fantastic. And maybe in one sentence, because you addressed that in your slides, but in one sentence, what is the number one thing you want to get out of Startup Bootcamp Accelerator if you're selected?
Okay, so we are aiming to refine our business model, because and build more team, because we are just two. We need more to work, because this will be great to have this product all over Egypt or worldwide. We need more hands-on experience and more scientific paper to validate, because our research, our product, it is a science-based product. So we just need to validate this research.
Well, thank you very much for great energy and best of luck in the next room.
Thank you.
And that, I think, again, is another great startup. So I'm quite excited for today's selection. We next welcome Jump AC, a German startup tackling the logistical nightmare of EV charging for companies that manage large fleets. Now, they aim to bring order to this chaos of charging hundreds of vehicles, and it's very exciting to hear how exactly. So let's welcome Jump AC on stage.
Hello, can you hear me?
Welcome.
Perfect.
Love your setup.
Thank you so much.
Now, let's make sure that your slides are on. And we will be ready to give you the stage in just a few seconds.
Okay.
Make sure you share them.
1 second.
Of course.
Should work now.
Perfect. We see them and your time starts now. Good luck.
Perfect. See, road transport is one of the largest contributors to global CO2 emissions, and accelerating EV adoption is critical for the change. Hi, we are Team Jump.ac, and we are optimizing utilization of EV fleets and charging infrastructure. It all started with me wanting to get an EV car to help the planet. I was genuinely excited. My car dealer warned me, but I learned the hard way. See, charging anxiety and poor infrastructure holds back the EV adoption. In Germany, majority of EV owners are unhappy with the charging infrastructure today. Nearly half won't even switch until the infrastructure improves, and two-thirds regularly face inconsistent charging. This is hindering the mass adoption of EVs. Fleets. But why fleets? Fleets are the sweet spot or the first key customer we want to target because fleet operators aren't waiting. Low operating costs, better efficiency, and stronger government initiatives are driving their shift to EVs. But it's not about savings, it's about making their operations future proof. Enter smart charging. Smart charging is an intelligent approach that optimizes charging in EV, aligns charging with other factors such as grid utilization, electricity pricing, and mobility needs, and saving 40% energy costs. We are building a smart charging platform and scheduling management platform for EV fleets. It allows operation managers to create tailor made charging plans with the help of algorithms and AI. It will let a manager select best suited charging profile for coming days. It can also help plan optimized routing and provide a real time assistance to the drivers. Here is a glimpse of how Smart Schedule that is created by combining delivery plan and smart charging looks like. In our case, competition is highly fragmented, where we are focused on a deep vertical product helping fleet electrification and retention. My name is Vineet. I bring experience from founding two companies, an online streaming platform, and tech consulting. And my co founder Ajay has 20 years of experience with airlines, mobility, and parking. For traction, we have done so far 36 interview calls with DHL type fleets, 19 solution validation calls. We also obtained letter of support from Hertz, and we have 7 letter of intents from different station owners. Based on key assumptions, we believe our pricing model can work like a scalable B2B SaaS, starting from one-time setup fee, followed by a monthly subscription fee. And we also unlock additional revenues through renewable energy certificates and third-party charging commissions. Our ask for SBC to SBC Starter Bootcamp is an entry gate to commercial fleets for long-term partnership, mentorship, and key connections because we are ready to pilot. We are saving time, maximizing station efficiency, and making EV charging seamless, thereby increasing driver convenience. Thank you.
And thank you very much. Now, we already have some questions for you, but a kind reminder to all of our dear audience, please ask questions now or while the startup indeed is pitching, because the later you ask them, the less is the probability that we have time to address. And now we already have the first questions for you.
Yeah. No, exactly. So first question actually touches upon the competitive landscape. So you described the solution, you described how the gaps exist in the market. So you might want to give us, especially you touched upon Germany as a key market. So maybe you want to describe a little bit better the competitive landscape also for the markets that you're targeting initially and later on. But the floor is yours to sort of give us the context.
Sounds good. So the thing is, this smart charging technology is pretty new, and fleets are investing a lot of money in their infrastructure setup, but not all of their infrastructure is actually properly used. And we have talked to so many fleets, and they said, "Oh yeah, during the day their headquarters are free, and there is one charging station plus one vehicle." For example, for DHL, I think we talked to a couple of fleets. There are 200 vehicles and 200 charging stations, so it's underutilized. Can you hear me well?
Yeah.
Okay, so that is the kind of situation right now there. Now smart charging tech enables them to save money and also help them to utilize their tech more. I mean, there are multiple use cases they could use it for. For example, they could open their infrastructure for other fleets or other drivers to come by and charge there. We talked to Hertz, and Hertz also believes the same, that okay, they can offer their own charging tech to all of their other customers. Let's say Hertz, people renting car from Hertz Berlin, if they're traveling to Potsdam, and then there's the office there, they headquarter there, they could charge their car, stuff like that. So these are the kind of opportunities are there. Now the smart charging tech is not so famous in Germany. In US, there are a couple of companies, especially M Control, have claimed to achieve 40 to 50% energy savings for their customers, and that is that we are trying to replicate this in Europe.
Okay, great answers. And maybe just to put it in a timeline perspective, if you're looking at the market expansion in terms of geography, if you could recap on that quickly so everyone has it crisp on its
Sure.
point.
Do you want me to share the screen? I mean, I have,
Uh,
I can also.
you can, but just so that
Is
you
it
know, we don't have it's
okay?
going to use, yeah.
So our plan for that is that we want to start with the small and mid-sized fleets, and then expand to bigger fleets, and probably end of year 3 or year 4, we want to expand to other markets. That's our plan. So that once this market is captured, or we have more experience here, understanding problems here, then we are open to expanding other markets.
Here and definitely will help our audience also have a clearer picture in their minds, and also a timeline projection from you on your plans. And then based on this, what do you anticipate being the biggest challenge in scaling when you're moving, you're expanding, right? Within Germany and beyond, then across Europe and to the other markets?
Biggest challenge is definitely government. If the government says, "Oh yeah, we don't want to support EVs," that's too much. But I don't think that's going to happen, because Germany have already committed to Paris Agreement to be net zero. Uh, so definitely, if that commitment is taken back, then that's the biggest challenge.
Scheme, right? So if we are looking at the value proposition and the strong network that both fleets and available charging stations that you have access to at the moment, what is the focus that you are sort of prioritizing based on what you've seen already in the market, right? Which is the network that you think it would be easier to tap into, but also that you've seen, and maybe give some concrete examples, right, on your experience. Also engaging with experts and giving feedback on how to tap into the network, right, and maximize the value from it.
Correct. So right now we have so far we have established an advisor in Brain Trust network, and those guys are helping us out basically to navigate the market with key introductions and connections. And the key few customers that we have spoken to and we have understood from them is that the management of this infrastructure is probably pain for them, because think of it like there's a 2000 vehicles standing there, somebody has to manually check and on and charge and stuff like that, and our platform can act like a software switch. If the vehicle is plugged in, somebody can have an overview of what's going on, what they can manage. And it is a deep vertical product, means that can be run on top of any fleet management solution or any software they use. It can run on top of it. Doesn't have to be like another tool. We don't want to have them bored about that. Most likely the network is the way we would go for. Like, for example, in this industry, if we go directly, then that's a problem. Rather, if we go with some introductions, some connections, let's say introductions from Startup Bootcamp, that will definitely help us navigate, lock some bigger fleet clients and test with them.
That's great. Maybe just as a clarification for the audience, if you could explain what the Brain Trust Advisory Board is and the value that it brings, just as a short description, so that everyone is on the same page.
Of course. An advisory board is someone you as a startup build that helps you navigate in different domains. Like for our case, we have a technical advisor who's guiding us with the technical aspects of our technology, business mentor who is helping us with the financial stuff and introductions to that part where we can make more money, and sustainability advisor who's helping us specifically on the sustainability side. So these are the advisors. And for Brain Trust are the people who holds the technology or have some experience, have some background, and who are ready to help you out as a mentor, as a guide, even as a part of the team, or just as a friendly basis. Like, okay, sure, you guys are doing great, I'll help you out. Maybe in future, if you guys succeed, then I could make money, stuff like that. So Brain Trust are the guys who are helping us in kind or in return of services. So right. Think of it like a brain network.
Yeah, which seems to be already quite large. So it gives you a really good perspective also on the needs of the market. So just a last closing question.
Exactly. Thank you again for great answers. And our question in one sentence, why do you want to be a part of Startup Bootcamp?
Because Startup Bootcamp can help us achieve what we are lacking right now, which is a big fleet introductions, and definitely help us grow because we are ready to pilot and ready to change this world. Right.
Fantastic answer. Thank you again very much, and good luck to you in the next stage.
Yes,
Thank
good
you.
luck.
Now, our next startup is focused on the devastating problem of wildfires. And the issue with that is by the time that you spot the smoke, it's usually already too late. Now, this team is building a way to get ahead of the flames, and let's see exactly how they do that. Let's welcome on stage the team of Green Guard Tech from Ireland. Hello, hello.
Welcome.
Hello. Thank you. So can you see
Well,
my screen?
we see it right there on the screen. You have 3 minutes starting now. Good luck.
Hi, I'm Nika from Green Guard Tech, and today I'm going to present you our system for early forest fire detection. Imagine overall where
I'm
wildfires
really sorry. I have to interrupt you just for a second. Can you please make sure your headphones are connected properly to your computer because your audio was breaking a bit?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yes.
now it's perfect. Go on.
Okay. Imagine a world where wildfires are detected before they even have the chance to spread. Where lives
Unfortunately, we keep having, I'm so sorry. Unfortunately, we keep having this problem. So in case you're maybe holding on to these headphones, maybe keep doing that because once you start talking more, there is a bit of a noise.
Okay, just a
We can try to let's give it another try. Or
Okay.
maybe even unplug the headphones because we can also just use the laptop's microphone.
Yeah, I don't use any headphones, but you
Oh.
should be hearing. How does that sound now?
Perfect,
Sounds
perfect.
good.
Go on.
I hope it works. So imagine a world where wildfires are detected before they even have the chance to spread. Where lives, forests, and entire communities are protected before flames even ignite. Now imagine that this technology is not only affordable and scalable, but also smarter than any existing methods. This isn't the future. This is what we are building today. Every year, over 6 million hectares of land are destroyed by wildfires. That's about 11 hectares lost every minute. As we speak, somewhere in the world, a fire is spreading, and the economic damage, it exceeds more than $50 billion annually. Every minute of delay means more distraction, and we need a better way. Our solution is a real-time wildfire detection system powered by sensors, IoT, and AI. Our solution works in 3 phases, starting with the environmental data collection. We are placing sensors into the forest and collecting parameters like temperature, humidity, and air pressure. Second is the communication phase, where we send these data to our central server via long-range IoT. And third is the data analysis phase, where we apply a 2-layer prediction model. The first layer focuses on real-time wildfire detection. It monitors for anomalies, and when one is detected, our AI calculates the fire risk and alerts authorities. The second layer forecasts wildfire risk by combining real-time data with external data sets, such as fire history and human activity. The wildfire prevention market is projected to reach over $11 billion by 2030. And as for our competitors, you can see in the graph starting from the bottom left, traditional solutions like satellites only detect fires after ignition and rely on reactive data. On the right, companies like Dryad are moving closer to pre-ignition detection, but their insights are still limited. Green Guard Tech, on the other hand, is providing pre-ignition alerts, predictive AI, and real-time microclimate data. That's our unique edge. Our model is simple, a monthly subscription system. We built and tested our prototype and it works. We already reached agreement with 2 forestry agencies in Ireland, and we are planning to begin pilot deployments in early 2026. We are now in the process of turning our prototype into a product to clearly show its value to future customers. That's why we applied to Startup Bootcamp. This is a critical stage and we are ready to grow. We are two electronics engineers with backgrounds in embedded systems and cybersecurity with experience in both industry and academia. Join us in building the future of wildfire detection. Thank you.
And thank you very much for your pitch. Another kind reminder for our audience, thank you already for sharing the questions, but don't forget, the earlier you ask them, the higher is the chance that we can ask them to the founder. So ask during the pitch or right in the beginning. And let's start with the first questions.
Yeah, so thank you so much for the great presentation, overview, and insights on the challenge that we're facing here. So let's focus on the data part to start with, right? You spoke about data in different contexts, but specifically, can you elaborate a bit more on the data points you're gathering and explain why the particular combination is a secret sauce for the pre-ignition detection? Also, maybe before explaining what the pre-ignition detection actually is for those that don't know the space very well and might need a bit more context.
Yeah, sure. So we are using temperature, humidity, and air pressure data for comparing it with the meteorological data. For example, past historical fire patterns, the meteorological data. So we have one verification to check if our sensors are working correctly. So that's one point to check the data accuracy. Second is the historical fire patterns. So based on the parameters that we gather from that pattern, we are again combining them, and our AI calculates the fire risk based on our comparison. So if the risk is high, that means our parameters are corresponding well. That's why the accuracy is high. And pre-ignition means that, so what we are trying to do is we are trying to detect fires weeks in advance. Normally, satellites can detect the fire, but after the flames already begin. So they're using sensors to see the heat. But unfortunately, that's often too late. So what we are doing here, we are using AI to predict the fire risk based on the data. So as much as, so if we use a lot of data, the accuracy will be higher and higher. So that's why we are also using localized data. Yeah, that's the summary of it, I guess. I hope it was easy to understand.
Yeah, no, definitely. You definitely answered the question. Maybe also to build on the answer you just gave, what would be interesting to know is you spoke about in the graph when you showed your competitive advantage, you also spoke about the ability of providing more processing capabilities, so that you could provide better insight. So to give a practical example, if you're looking at pre-ignition before, we're seeing the consequences of the fire. What are some of the examples of the insights you're able to give? And you can focus on one, doesn't have to be all of them, but just so that people concretely understand also what is the additional capabilities or insights that you're able to provide to prevent the fire.
Yeah, the good thing about our product is we can add many sensors as we like. So for example, one of the forestry agencies in Ireland that we agreed to begin pilot deployment, they asked us if we can offer them a timber quality sensor, for example. So that's kind of data that we are talking about when we are talking about the limited data from compared to other competitors, because we can add this sensor based on the request. And this is a timber quality. If this is a timber quality, then we will add that sensor, we will add that data set, and we are ready to go.
Excellent. Thank you for building on that answer. So let's think also in practical terms about the applicability of this technology when you speak to someone that would be interested, right? So forest is quite a large, extensive area, and it requires capability to detect and identify hotspots on a regular basis, but also in a large space as mentioned initially. So how does that translate into the pricing and to the cost that someone would have to incur? How are you maximizing that for your clients, or the discussion you're having currently when with those that you've started to engage with during the initial traction?
So the first thing is we are working with the forestry agencies, and they can tell us the risky places to place the sensors. So yes, forest is a very wide area, but there is always a risky place to first look at. So first we are doing that. The second is we are using AI for that, because you can see the human activity. For example, there can be a holiday and people will go and barbecue there. So these are some of the tiny details that we also care a lot. So that's why our AI is not only using real-time data in this case, but also using the holidays and the places that people like to go, because most of the fires, unfortunately, caused by human activity. So that's the tiny detail that we are exactly checking for, and you can see people and where they are hanging out, and you can just place sensors in there as well. Sorry, I can't hear you, but
Hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, great. So that's a great answer, because that is also helping people understand how to prioritize the use cases based on the activities that are seen to be statistically most likely to cause the fire. Now, one last question to understand a bit further the revenue generation part, right? You spoke about the subscription. Maybe you want to mention quickly how that has worked and what type of conversation you've had so far around the monetization.
Yeah, so currently we are talking with the 2 forestry agencies in Ireland. So that's our goal, to work with the forestry agencies and the governments. And in next 5 years, we're planning to move on to other governments around Europe and insurance companies as well. So currently we are at the stage that we like, actually, because we are talking with the governments. And we will have an onboarding fee, and then we will have a monthly subscription fee. So the onboarding fee is just for the hardware, just for placing sensors and placing hardware into the forest. And then we will be getting a monthly subscription, because we will have this interface. They will be able to see the data, the parameters in real time. They can check the fire risk every time. They can we are sending alerts, obviously, if there's a high risk, but they can always check if the risk is high or what is the percentage, etc.
Thanks.
Perfect. Now, our last signature question. In one sentence, why do you want to be a part of Startup Bootcamp?
We want to grow, and we need to support, because this is a technology that needs support. We need networking. We need to reach people. We need to reach the government. And I think Startup Bootcamp is a great choice to do that.
Amazing.
Right.
Well, then we wish you the best of luck in the next stage, and thank you for being with
thank you
us
again.
today.
Thank you.
For our next pitch, we're traveling to Nigeria, and our next startup will show us how discarded laptop batteries can provide much needed light for our families. And let's give a very warm welcome to the stage, Green Joel. Hello, hello. Don't think we can hear you just yet. Let's try to say something.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Perfect. Great background. Slides are on. You have 3 minutes starting now.
All right. Thank you all. My name is Owura Josiah, and I'm the founder of Green Jolt Solutions. We are an energy access company that operates here in Nigeria. How did our story start? Well, Nigeria faces a very critical intersection of environmental degradation and energy access challenge. The country generates over 500 million tons of electronic waste annually. This environmental concern is compounded by an energy access gap, as over 85 million Nigerians lack access to electricity from the grid. In response to this, we found out that most households and businesses often depend on petrol or diesel generators. These solutions are not only expensive to maintain, but also harmful to the environment and public health. Unlike conventional energy providers who operate on the traditional linear economy, Green Jolt operates at the intersection of circular economy and renewable energy. We repurpose second life batteries to manufacture our solar-powered portable battery banks. By sourcing from electronic waste streams, we cut material costs significantly, and this allows us to deliver high impact solutions at lower prices. Our products are of 3 tiers, P0, P1, and P2, each with their own specifications to meet varying energy demands. GreenJo technology is an all-in-one solar energy solution that combines an adaptive energy management control algorithm, real-time remote monitoring, and data analytic capability. This holistic approach not only extends our product lifespan, but also empowers customers with actionable insights. The market opportunity for renewable energy solution in Nigeria is quite huge, with over 85 million Nigerians who lack access to electricity. This market has an estimated value of $9.2 billion and a compound annual growth rate of about 12%. GreenJolt operates on a hybrid business model of B2C and B2B. And our revenue stream includes direct sales to individuals, bulk and contract sales to organizations, NGOs, and corporate clients. We have already deployed over 50 units of our products across Nigerian household and SMEs, receiving strong feedback for cost savings and reliability. Our technology contributes to the UN Sustainable Development Goal as it is capable of reducing electronic waste and offsetting carbon emission while delivering clean energy at about 30% cost reduction for comparable solutions. The GreenJolt team comprises of myself and my co-founder, Onyeka. I come from an electronics and renewable energy background, while she comes from the public health and data analyst background. At GreenJolt, we are not just solving energy poverty, we are turning waste into power. Join us on our journey of improving access to reliable and affordable energy. Thank you.
And thank you very much. Great pitch. And I see that we have quite a lot of newcomers joining. So again, please ask questions with the chat box right next to the player and try to ask them in the beginning, like maybe right during the pitch or right at the beginning of Q&A. And we're ready to start with the first question.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm sure everyone was really happy to hear about your solution. One thing that you mentioned related to the advantage you have in using the e-waste stream, right, in producing the final solution. So why don't you give us a better understanding of the scalability and reliability of that supply chain and the advantage that it can give you on your pricing? And sort of your plans, right, for sourcing, because if that's such an important component on how not only you differentiate and stand out to help solve another issue as well, but also in terms of your business model.
Yes, so when it comes to sourcing the batteries that we use or the discrete components, most of them that we use in our products, we actually have contracts, or should I say partnership with a couple of e-waste recycling companies here in Nigeria. So that was more or less the first kind of partnership that we had, so that we would have a very good stream of batteries for our solutions.
Clear.
Perfect. That's very clear. So then in terms of performance of these batteries, right, what's the typical lifetime of your batteries?
Yeah, so when it comes to most of these batteries, we usually sort the batteries. And what we found out is that when it comes to most damaged battery pack systems, you find out that in a pack, you would have maybe a couple of batteries that are damaged, which made the pack to be unusable, and hence why it is discarded. So what we do is we source out the good ones. We have machines or devices that we use to measure the internal resistances of these batteries to get the best batteries for our products.
Got it.
Perfect. That makes perfect sense. Also as an answer in identifying, and it's great to hear you have a process to really spot the good ones in the mix. And also, maybe more specifically, which part of the e-waste battery is recycled when you're sourcing, and maybe describing a little bit better. Is there is it hard to spot and to identify at scale these specific parts, or is it pretty accessible and you're leveraging most of it?
Yeah, it's pretty accessible. First of all, the major waste that we collect and we sort through is the batteries. Then we look at some other components that you find in most products, like the DC fans. So we use fans for cooling our solution. So we also source those ones from the electronic waste. So they are quite accessible, as we have a whole lot of e-waste disposal at our hand.
Very true. Unfortunately, we do have a big e-waste problem as well, but fortunately, we have a solution coming up to address that. Now, can you share with us a little bit the feedback you've been receiving? You spoke about the 50 units being sold and having initial revenue. So tell us a bit more about this experience. What has been the feedback in the market?
Oh, great. So a lot of our customer base are SMEs, that is small and medium enterprises. These are business owners, to say. And most times what they just want is to be able to turn on the lights, the fan in their place of business, so that they could actually welcome in customers. And what many of them were practically doing was using a petrol or diesel generators to power up their shop, and it was very expensive for them. So for a couple of the customers that we had, they gave very positive feedback with respect to the cost saving. So our product was able to save them cost of at least 50% of their monthly usage. And within the usage of, let's say, 3 months, they were able to recuperate the cost of buying the product. And, it's basically free usage for them from there. Then we also have another kind of customer base of people who work remotely. So a lot of people that work remotely here in Nigeria, they face issues when it comes to power to power up their laptop, their routers, and their phones so that they can work. So a lot of our customers come from that line of work.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for very clear answers. So last question, our signature question. What is the number one thing you want to achieve within Startup Bootcamp if you are selected?
Well, if we are selected, we are looking at gaining a global mentorship and investor networks. And we also want to be able to, accelerate or scale out of Nigeria and move into sub-Saharan Africa or even beyond Africa in itself. So that's basically our hopes.
Super clear. Well, thank you very much again, and we wish you best of luck in the next room.
Good luck.
Well, we are now moving quite around the globe. We're going to UK to meet the team of Go Pluggable EV Charging. Because for the growing number of EV drivers who can't install this charger at home, finding a reliable and affordable place to plug is a constant headache. So the startup is building a community-based solution to ensure that doesn't happen as often. So let's welcome them on stage, Go Pluggable. Hello.
Welcome.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Let's make sure
Super.
we have your slides up, and you have 3 minutes starting next. Good luck.
Brilliant. Thank you. Hello. Thanks for having me here. My name is Amran Mendes. We are Team Go Pluggable. We are building an Airbnb for EV charging, connecting home and business charging to EV drivers who need this. Now, the problem we are trying to solve is to help people like Jane who are trying to buy an electric car, because in 2030 and 2035, EU and UK is trying to stop selling of petrol and diesel cars. Now, the problem with Jane is she doesn't have an access to home charger because she lives in a rented house or an apartment. So this is going to be a major problem from our research. For 40% of potential EV drivers are people like Jane who don't have access to home chargers. And the way we are solving this is to connect people like Jane to people like John, who either has a home or a business charger near Jane and is willing to share access to Jane. And that way they both meet and get to use the chargers. Now, From a home perspective, we charge 15% commission. From a business perspective, we charge an annual SaaS fee and a 6% transaction. So that's kind of how we make money in the business. So essentially what we have built is a platform where EV drivers can search and book and find chargers near their neighborhood and access it. So that's what we have built. We've completed a pilot within the island of Ireland with more than 3,000 downloads, around 300 odd hosts and 900 EV drivers. Now, why Go Pluggable is different and the way this is positioned is we're not trying to compete what Tesla or BP Pulse or Shell or Ionity is doing. See, the major charging happens at base charging, which is home or slow charging, and that's where we are focused. So we're not competing with Tesla or the likes of Shell, who's focused on destination and route charging or rapid and fast charging. What we are building is a network of slow charging, which is equally important. We have good competition in this space. So in terms of the EV charging marketplace, there's a brand called as Co-Charger, which is a major competition in UK. In business charging, we compete with the likes of ChargePoint and Fuse and Monta. In terms of the market size, there's a huge market in terms of the charging software industry being 26 billion. And we are hoping to capture a share of market of 800 million by 2030 within just Ireland, UK, and one other EU destination. In terms of the business model, it is very scalable because we are building a software. It works in any hardware. And the way we make money is as a B2B model and a B2B2C model. So it can be easily scaled across different regions. In terms of the traction so far, like I said, we have 3,000 downloads from the pilot. We had more than 150 transactions so far. The company is now 2 years old. We've added partners like Omi, Garo, SSC, the major brands. And in terms of the team, myself, I am a founder with experience and have exited from an advertising agency. Ankit is my co-founder who works on the technology side of things. In terms of the ask, we are trying to raise 500K. A lot of that will go into product and operations and legal side of it. And in terms of the future, what we are hoping to become is becoming a mini ESP and mini CPO. Right now, we are at phase 1, and we want to complete phase 2 and phase 3, and that's where the help from the likes of Startup Bootcamp is important. Thank you.
Already have some questions, and again a reminder, please ask questions in the beginning of the Q&A, then we can make sure to address them to the founders.
Yes, thank you again for the context on the challenge that we're facing in this in the market, and also the interesting insight on how to leverage some of the available sources of energy that exist, right? So maybe let's provide a bit more context to the audience on your approach, the two-sided marketplace approach, right? And what is explain a little bit better, what's your strategy to solve the problem of getting enough hosts on board before you have drivers and vice versa? Because it's a bit of the chicken and egg situation. But you're describing a large market and also a market that could have a competitive advantage also in terms of pricing. So do give us some context on how you're strategizing around building up these two-sided market.
Thank you. Good question. Now, see, what we're building is very hardware agnostic. So we don't have to go there on the ground and put hardware and install hardware or invest a lot of money. What we're building is a very asset-light model, meaning we are using existing hardware. So if you look at UK, there's probably more than 1 million plus cars and around 600, 700,000 home chargers and around 50,000 business chargers. We're not thinking that everyone will be open to the idea of sharing, but it's just like Airbnb. Some of us might be cool with the idea of sharing our parking spot and chargers. So even if we get only 20% of those folks into the platform, that still makes a huge number. And see, essentially, like I said, we're not competing with public chargers and the fast chargers. They're important when you travel long distance. What we are doing is, when you drive an electric car, it's about charging while you do other things, while you're sleeping, while you're watching a movie, while you're visiting a friend. And that's where our focus is. So in terms of your question, in terms of our strategy, it's pretty long-ended because right now, as EVs become more mainstream, And as an EV driver myself, what we all want is to charge your car in the most cheapest way, which will only happen in homes. So that's where we come in. And B, our platform is bookable, so there's no anxiety. You don't go there, you don't have to wait. There's no lines. So these two are very crucial, and convenience become important as EVs become more mainstream. So that in terms of a strategy, the idea is people will want cheaper solutions, and there will be some home and business owners who are willing to share for two reasons. A couple of them want to make an extra buck, a couple of them just want to help others.
Yeah, I really like how you described the number of drivers that will lead the customers or consumers to tap into the solution, right? You described pricing, you described accessibility, you also described that as an alternative, right? Because then there is also a different standard and different opportunity, but also the ability to make, as you said, a buck out of it from the provider side. So that's really interesting. I think what's important is also to understand a bit better the competitive landscape, because not everyone is familiar with the EV charging space. So how do you describe yourself in that landscape?
So it's tricky because see, what is happening in the EV charging landscape is a lot of people are behind shiny and big stuff. So for example, a lot of money and investment has gone into EV charging space in general, but most of it is focused on installing and investing in rapid and fast charging, meaning, the ones that you see on the public road, the big machines, right, where it's mostly installed in cities or in highways. That's where most of the investment and focus has been, because it's shiny, it's high investment. What we are doing has not been given that importance, and that's why being in places like Startup Bootcamp is important for us, because as an EV driver, like I said, I like to charge my car slowly because it's good for batteries, one. B, it will be cheapest, and when I say cheapest, I mean in terms of the cost being 50% lesser. So if you use rapid chargers constantly, you will end up spending more than petrol or diesel cars, because it is expensive, and it will likely be the case. Whereas what we're doing is going to be consistently cheaper, because they are built on home electricity rates, and some of them have solar, some of them have night rates. So it will by default be cheaper than these. So in terms of competition, in terms of what we are doing, which is building an asset light slow charging network, not a lot of people are doing the same things. Like Shell and Tesla, these are heavily focused on the big rapid chargers.
Clear. Well, thank you very much for very clear and detailed answers. It is time for our signature question. So why do you want to be a part of Startup Bootcamp if you have to pick one thing?
The idea that this is focused on energy and climate is very crucial for us. So we want to be in that platform where we get the right exposure, and most importantly, partners, because our market strategy, our go-to-market strategy is built through corporate partnerships and building that partner channels. So we've already done that, and we hope with Startup Bootcamp, it will help us, get there 200% more faster.
Thank you very much. Again, great energy. Keep this up, and
Thank
best
you.
of luck in the next stage.
Yes, good luck.
Looking forward to it.
Well, now we have a touchdown home. Right before I introduce the next startup, a kind reminder, thank you for asking questions. As always, you can do that via the chat box next to the player. But don't forget to also vote for the startups that you think belong in our accelerator. You can simply scan the QR code that you see on the screen. This will lead you to matching stars. Very easy to get signed in. And after that, you can just put a star on the startup that you think belongs in our accelerator. Trust us, we do take this into account, because it is very difficult to pick only 10 out of these 20 fantastic teams.
So be active.
Please. So now again, we're back home. We are going to talk to a startup from the Netherlands. So have you ever questioned why is it so hard to be a sustainable shopper, even if we actually want it and we have the best intention? And why is it so hard for genuinely sustainable brands to find us? Well, our next startup is here to connect good intentions and good business. So let's welcome on stage Ecofy. And let me know if that's not how I pronounce the name of your startup.
That's fine. Can you hear me, guys?
We can hear you loud and clear, Olga. Welcome.
Yes, let me share my screen.
Fantastic.
And
We have your slides on, and you have 3 minutes starting now. Best of luck.
yes, thanks a lot. So my name is Olga, and I'm super excited to present our project today, Ecofy. So the project is indeed about loyalty that leaves a legacy in the area of sustainability. So what actually is happening, like to set the scene first, so we all hear about the European Green Deals as many other projects where governments are actually pushing companies towards a circular sustainable economy, which is a great thing in itself, but at the same time, we are leaving up to 40% of consumers behind. Now, why is that happening? If you look at the slide, you could see that, well, consumers are kind of getting lost because currently there are 93 ESG-related claims existing in the market. So if you try to choose something, at some point you decide, why bother? And actually, the problem in a nutshell is the disconnect between companies and governments who are investing billions in ESG reporting and compliance, as well as in implementation, and consumers who are actually subject of the greenwashing effect and also have limited to no incentives for eco-friendly choices. So here comes Ecofy. Our mission actually is to connect the companies and consumers into one platform and incentivize up to 40% of consumers to buy sustainable goods from companies with confirmed ESG rating, eliminating greenwashing effect and letting companies increase share of their ESG products in their portfolio, which is also profitable for them. So this is the platform in a nutshell, which has a customer app and company app with a lot of dashboards, which is possible to track. This is actually a hybrid platform which combines elements of information resource, targeted search engine, loyalty, and rewards. So this is not a new area like space, right? So there are, of course, quite some competitors in this field already. But if we group them, you will actually see 4 groups. So ESG reporting and sustainability platform, specialized marketplaces, mono-brand engagement platforms, and also some loyalty platforms. But most of them have non-monetary rewards, which are, again, not addressing this 40% of consumers. So we believe the market is there. We are far from, red space. And actually, I think we are not competing. We are partnering to build sustainable future for our planet. So the business model has 2 phases, just to make it more simple. And for today, I just want to focus on phase 1. So this is a minimum viable product, a platform which will be monetized via referral link with the intent to attract first 10,000 customers within 6 months. And then phase 2 is about scaling, but that's the next step. So the team is visionary, committed, resilient, and skilled to scale. And most important thing about us that we make things done. And so far, since beginning of this year, we already established the team. We worked on our website. We connected with key opinion leaders in the industry. Now we're collaborating with Hotel School Den Haag to actually verify the profiles of customers, as well as we know what type of software architecture we want to use as the first step. And next step, I would be happy to become part of a startup bootcamp and get our first round of investments to develop and launch our minimum viable product. So that's it in a nutshell about Ecofy, and happy to answer your questions.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. We already have some first questions. A kind reminder, ask questions now, because I see some fantastic questions for the previous startup coming way too late. So now is the perfect time. And let's start with the first one.
Yes. So thank you very much for the pitch. It was very insightful. You really described the problem that it's real. We all know we need to change consumer patterns. It's easier said than done. And definitely this is an incentive to go towards that direction. So speaking about incentives, what do you think is the level of incentive needed? And also, to be a bit more practical, what have you seen others failing, with other solution trying this? Because of course, this is not the first solution targeting consumer behavior, but give us a bit of a glimpse on that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I think before I answer the question, I really need to give a bit more insight on the segmentation. So, well, there are many studies, but one of the one we use for our assumptions is was serving 8,000 people, done by MIT Boston, and well, there are only 8%, 8 to 10% of consumers who are really keen on sustainable choices. So it doesn't matter what, they will really search for that, and they will go for that, doesn't matter what. And then there is another big group, like 50%, who will not move whatever happens, right? So they kind of don't care. And of course, with this whole green movement, maybe one day we're getting there. But I'm talking about this 40%, which are now well, they would like to have some choices, but they consider the products sometimes too expensive or hard to navigate. So basically for this, I mean, there are 3 groups there, if I would go into the details of that. But for each of them, there is a different incentive. So for one, eliminating greenwashing effect. That's why we want to have a smart search with parsing to specific websites to find the right product. So if you want to have ecological package or recycling, yeah, you just put it, I want a t-shirt with these parameters, and then the system gives you some options. So that's number one. The second one is really about the products, well, ESG related products, like good products from companies, they are more expensive. So companies really invest, and these products are more expensive. So consumers want some incentives for that. So in our case, it's up to 5%, either in points or cashback rewards for the sustainable choices. And again, we are not targeting consumers who are not ready for that, but we are targeting the ones who are, well, perceive that well, basically, and would move.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. We have, by the way, quite a lot of questions I see coming in. So if you can be a bit more concise with the answers, then we can fit more questions.
Oh,
Yes.
sure.
No, definitely. Now, speaking about the business model, you now explained more of the target audience, right? So how are you planning to scale up the business model? And could you briefly summarize that for the audience, although you mentioned part of it in the pitch?
Yeah, so before scaling, I think we need to get to our first 10,000 customers. And then after that, we will evaluate and decide what would be the best scaling approach. So far, we have about 3 models how we could scale up moving forward. And well, the choice will be based on the pilot phase.
What are the products or segments you're identifying to start with in terms of consumer?
So we'd like to start with clothes and fashion.
Okay, great. Then I would also ask, why are you the best team, right? If you could describe a little bit the mixes of expertises that you have that provide a level of uniqueness in seeing these issues and addressing the issue and providing a solution that's different from what we've already seen.
So our average age of the group is 44 years old. So we are all business educated, and like we have marketeers, people who had experience in startups and raising for startups as well. And also we have a technical expertise in the team. So with that, I think we are confident to make it done. As again, I think our key competitive advantage that we don't stop. So we make sure we make it done by all means.
That's great. So maybe Sabine, also good to know.
Exactly. Of course, our signature question, I'm sure you will have a very inspiring answer. So why do you want to be a part of Startup Bootcamp? As in, what is the number one thing that you would like to make sure happens when you're in the accelerator?
So first of all, in 3 months, we want to launch our MVP. So we are ready for that. We've done a lot of research, and we know how to make it, to make it done within the given budget. That's number one. And second, of course, the network. Well, I think it has been part of this stream, which is focused on sustainability, is providing a lot of, access to the network, which it's never enough, right? So we would really enjoy and benefit from that. Well, and then our planet as well. So it's not only us.
Yeah, exactly. Fantastic. Thank you very much for great energy, great answers, and we wish you best of luck in the next room.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
We have only a few more startups actually until the end of the morning session. Don't forget, we also have an afternoon one. So let's give all our best questions and all of the best engagement to these. The next startup is coming from Turkey. So what if you could take the power of a massive industrial plant, put it on the back of a truck, and use it to turn farm waste into activated carbon? I mean, that sounds very sci-fi, so I cannot wait to see the team and see how they will make this a reality. Please welcome to the stage Beaver Nexus. Hello, hello.
Hi all. Hello.
How are you doing?
It's fine. It's very hot in Turkey now. Hope you are fine there.
I imagine. Well, we cannot wait to hear your pitch, and you have 3 minutes starting now. Best of luck.
Thanks. Are you aware that world generates 140 gigatons of woody biomass annually, which is hard to collect and expensive to transport? There are too many approaches for this biomass. Small-scale systems are creating uncertified products and harms the environment. Centralized facilities are expensive to build and operate, consume too much energy. Hi, we are Team Beaver Nexus. We are filling the big market gap between primitive systems and centralized facilities with our cutting-edge technology, transportable wood reactor that transforms woody biomass into high-value byproducts for carbon farming. We not only have cutting-edge technology, but also have innovative business model. We will make every biomass holder a carbon farmer by leasing or selling our reactor according to their biomass holding capacity. TVR converts woody biomass into biochar and wood vinegar with a thermochemical process. The uniqueness of the TVR is that it combines gasification, pyrolysis, and combustion in one compact system. It runs in an engineered sequence using only the energy stored in the biomass itself. This self-sustaining design eliminates the need for external fuel or power, offering a decentralized and scalable alternative to centralized facilities. We are focusing farmers in Netherlands as beachhead markets because of the strict waste management regulations and carbon credits need of market. We aim to reach 3% of the farmers in 5 years within 20 early adopters from greenhouse growers. TVR can valorize 1 ton of biomass up to 800 euros. Return of investment for buyers is less than 1 year with 44,000 euros annual potential income. We made 8 SDGs as Beaver Nexus. When we reach our annual sales number of 600 units, we will remove 75,000 tons of carbon dioxide annually. On the other hand, TVR will be a rural employment opportunity by enabling carbon farming for everybody. Our team brings deep domain expertise. Emre has over 15 years in mechanical engineering and pursuing a PhD focused on thermal decomposition systems. I leverage a strong startup experience with 4 formal startups and network in Dutch agriculture. Olcan is a PhD researcher specializing in waste management and biochar usage in agriculture. So far, we sold 3 tons of bioproducts and validated the market. We made pre-sales agreements upon European Union projects with Trelfide and Fethiye municipality in Turkey. And 2 companies are waiting for our visit in Netherlands to talk about POC. We are asking 210,000 euros to finish our POC in Netherlands and reach first 5 reactor sales. Join us for democratizing carbon capture.
Thank you very much. Great pitch, great energy. We already have some of the first questions coming in.
Yes, thank you so much for the great presentation and summary of the technology. Not everyone is very technical, so I'm sure there will be questions about the technicalities of it. But still,
we try to make it more simple, but it's deep text, so
yeah. No, but it was great, a great introduction. And what's really interesting is to see, maybe to start with the priority, right? To understand the single most important priority on your roadmap and to understand how you plan to grow. Because these type of solutions we know are very much needed, but also they can require to focus on different areas and invest a lot of time also in development and upfront costs. So we know the challenge, right, in this space. But what would be interesting is what is your focus in this roadmap? And
we already made many contacts with some companies, some municipalities, and some greenhouse growers in Netherlands. I'm a member of Fide Birlik. It's a sister association of Plantum in Netherlands. With my that network, we reached 23 greenhouse growers in Netherlands, and we validated the need of them because they are now paying 70 euros per ton to dispose their wastes. And now we can get rid of that cost, and also we can grant them like 700 or 800 euros per ton. So that's the thing. And also we have some contact with the municipalities, with Apeldoorn, sorry for my pronunciation, Rijswijk, Utrecht, and some science park like Groningen, Wageningen, Delft, and Utrecht also. So we also made many connections. Now 3 of them are waiting for our visit to Netherlands to talk about and sign about the POC demonstration agreements.
A great answer. And for those who are not familiar with the Dutch ecosystem, all the names that you've mentioned are key players in the space, in the agri space. We heard not just networks of specialized groups that are focused on these topics, but also universities are involved in these areas, and platforms that are essential to be part of the ecosystem. So this is a great signal of traction for sure. Also that you're able to engage with so many players. One thing that's maybe relevant is also to give the audience a better understanding of which countries are you working to deploy the solutions in, and maybe because this solution also includes the development of an infrastructure, maybe to give them a better understanding of your commercial strategy, both in terms of geographies and timelines, so everyone is on the same page.
Yeah, maybe first I have to mention about our dimensions, because when we say a reactor, people are imagining a big facilities. No, we are just 2.5 and 2.5 area and 3 meters of height. So it's very compact system. So everybody can afford this, and its price is just around 35,000 euros. And it's a capex, it's not opex. You will own the reactor. So in Turkey, now we made pre-agreements with a seedling, a greenhouse grower, Trelfide, here, and we will sell our first reactor to there, I think in 2 months. And then after it, we are talking with Fethiye municipality, I'm living there, and they will buy 3 reactors upon a European Union Horizon project. So we are focusing on the places that have woody biomass and they are struggling with the disposal costs. So that's why we are focusing on Netherlands, because they are paying almost 70 euros per ton. And we are focusing to France. They are the wood industry generating many wood chips, and they have to get rid of that wood chips without burning them. And also Germany, they also have many regulations for the carbon sequestration. And many companies and also all of the municipalities in this area tend to reach net zero before 2040. So that makes us a perfect fit for those carbon capturing solutions in European Union and in Turkey.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. And I think also what would be interesting to know is briefly how you plan to use the resources of the program to support these plans.
Yeah. So maybe I can combine it with your possible question of why you are choosing startup bootcamp.
That'll be ideal.
Yeah, I got it. We are really very exponentially scaling startup. We have a good team, we have good idea, and we are really having a good traction, an exponential traction. So we are looking for an ecosystem that can keep our momentum, that will match our momentum. So Startup Bootcamp is that. Startup Bootcamp's momentum and our momentum can be a good match, because we know that Startup Bootcamp's ecosystem, the companies, the partners, are our possible buyers. possible investors also. So, for example, Shell can decrease their carbon emission with our beavers around the world. Those companies, those partners that make Startup Bootcamp very precious is also our keen interest in Startup Bootcamp.
Great. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Also great to see the merging of the questions because you addressed our signature one. And we love your energy, love the pitch, and we wish you best of luck in the next room.
Good luck.
Hope to see you there. Bye.
Bye-bye. Well, we only have a couple of startups before the break. So again, let's give all of our attention and all of our engagement. Don't forget to ask questions with the chat box right next to the player. So we are now moving to Nigeria because in communities without a power grid, keeping food fresh and medicine safe is crucial. And this team's solution involves a bicycle. So let's see how they combine all of this in one. And let's welcome Kovex. Hello.
Okay. Good day.
You have 3
Can you
minutes.
hear me?
Yeah, perfect. We can hear you loud and clear. The slides are on.
Okay.
And,
Okay.
Let's go for it.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you for the opportunity. Can I start?
Starting now.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah. We can hear you loud and clear. Slides are on, so you can just make sure you start.
Okay. I'm ready to start.
Let's go.
Okay. Good day. I'm Prince, CTO of Covis LLC. On the screen, let's meet Mary, a fish seller in Abuja, Nigeria. She loses €4 daily as her stock spoils before evening. Even her friend Ada resorts to harmful chemicals like formalin to keep fish looking fresh, putting lives at risk. This is the reality for millions across Africa, with over 300,000 deaths recorded yearly from food poisoning and unsafe preservation practices.
Prince, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but just to make sure, are you switching the slides? Because we just see the first slide now.
Oh, yes. Okay. Oh, yes.
Can
Okay.
you
Sorry.
try to go to the slide?
Okay, let me restart if you permit.
Yeah.
I think it's good. Maybe try to stop sharing the slides and start sharing the slides
Start again.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see. Let me do it again. If it hangs, then I will stop and restart. If it's okay by you.
Of course, but maybe just for us to check, can you please go to the next slide so we can see that it works? Okay, perfect. Continue.
Okay. So, good day. I am Prince, CTO of Covis LLC. So, on my screen, you will see Mary, a fish seller in Abuja, Nigeria. She loses €4 daily as her stock spoils before evening. Even her friend Ada resorts to harmful chemicals like formalin to keep fish fresh, putting lives at risk. This is the reality for millions across Africa, with over 300,000 deaths recorded yearly from food poisoning and unsafe preservation practices, €45 billion worth of food wasted, and vendors spending up to €19 a month on fuel fridges, yet still loses 30 to 40% of profit. Even our hospitals lose vital medicines to unstable power. So that is why we built Covis Buy, a mobile fridge that charges itself on the go by pedaling or solar when stationary. It has a detachable battery, powers a low energy compressor, and delivers 10 hours of cooling plus 12 hours of light. It is built with an IoT for lease to own payment model and secured by our patent and industrial design. Covis brings safety, savings, and dignity back to families. Our product is unique because it is mobile, it is self-charging, it saves vendors €2,000 a year. We also turn old batteries into rewards and offer easy access with our €15 per month lease to own payment and help cut waste with longer shelf life of products. Our beachhead includes ice cream, meat, fish, fruit vendors, and clinics in Nigeria within a €291 billion global market and a €500 million serviceable market ripe for capture. Our B2B2C model generates revenue through complete unit sales, lease to own plants, battery upcycling, and product accessory sales. From a successful 10 customer pilot to 300 plus pending orders now, an MOU with an ice cream firm and a partnership with MBTI, we've proven demand and we are ready to scale. We invite your partnership with €160,000 grant or equity investment to produce 150 Coovis units, expand into Ghana and Cameroon, and secure licensing certifications. By just capturing 10% of our market, we will advance SDGs 2, 3, 7, 12, and 13, cut 6,000 tons of carbon, replace 7,000 petrol fridges, and give millions across Africa affordable cold storage for food security and sustainable livelihoods. Our team combines proven expertise in business, finance, clean tech, and engineering, working seamlessly together to position Coovis as a market leader. Thank you.
And thank you very much. Thank you for a great pitch and energy. We already have some first questions coming in.
Yes, thank you for the pitch, and thank you for sharing with us the solution that you're bringing to the market. And let's start maybe with the challenges, right, that you're foreseeing that you think you're able to address and that can really help changing lives or contributing to the community in let's say, the next 5 years.
Okay, so what we are trying to do is, you know, our beachhead customers are people in rural area, especially those who cannot afford the big fridges and their stuff, and they rely on ice block and all these petrol fridges, and they also use chemicals. In fact, we also have friends who have fallen victim to fish and meat that we are preserved with chemicals. So what we look forward to is to reduce that by giving those people cool fridges, affordable cooling system that will not need them to break the bank. And if they have that, I think it will reduce their reliance on using formalin or chemicals for preservation, therefore endangering people's life. So we want to reach out to them with this our affordable product that doesn't rely on the grid, and it does also rely on solar. So this is it. And also we are hoping that it will also increase their income, because those money that should have been spent on ice block or all those commercial code fridges will be eliminated. So that is an extra income for them.
Fantastic.
No, fantastic. Yes. So it would be good to understand a little bit better than the technology as well. So, for example, how long does do people have to pedal to charge the battery for this? And also, if you could give a better sense of the life of this product, lifespan of this product, and how much it costs to customers to adopt the solution. So, just a little bit of context on how it works and the costs associated with it.
Okay, on a steady movement based on the RPM, I think you will pedal it for 1 hour to get the battery fully charged. And the product as a whole, as a unit, costs €500. But like I mentioned, we give it out to customers on a lease to own plan. So it means that they have to just pay only €15 every month. So that is way below what they usually spend normally. So you have to pay it for 35 months, then you will own the product. That is the essence of the IoT integration. So and for the product lifespan, the battery has a warranty of 3 years. So it means that in 3 years' time, the capacity will go down, but there is a cash for it. When it goes down, you can bring it to us, and we will pay you or compensate you with another battery. What we do is that we now upcycle the battery and reuse it. So the maximum year for each activity or being active is 3 years, but when it goes down, you can bring it and we'll upcycle. So, but for the fridge itself, it has a warranty. It can last for 4 years. But if it's still apart from the maintenance, if there is any problem with it, you can as well bring it. We'll also have a way of recycling all the components. So for the bicycle, it lasts for 3 years. The same thing happens to it. If it gets weak, you will bring it and we'll upcycle and pay you for the e-waste. The idea is that our product shouldn't emit any form of carbon or shouldn't increase our carbon footprint.
Okay, thank you very much for this extensive and comprehensive answer. So maybe just
Thank
a quick follow-up question is, what is the temperature that the fridge is able to reach?
Okay, between freezing to refrigeration level, minus 40 and above.
Thank you.
Fantastic. And maybe
Yeah,
the
so it means that depending on your preference, because it is you can as well control it with your phone, depending on your preference. If you are storing an ice cream inside of it, you know the temperature. You can give it a specific temperature, and it will obey your temperature. But then, if you also want something to freeze, you can as well freeze it. It has a capacity to freeze and do a refrigeration purpose too.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Very clear. Thank you for clear answers. So in
you.
one sentence, what is the one thing that you want to get out of Startup Bootcamp Accelerator?
Okay, like I told you the story of Mary and Ada. There are millions of Mary and Ada who are waiting for our product because we've already done the pilots, we've certified our product, we have the patent and stuff. So, but there are a lot of Marys and Ada who are eagerly waiting for our product to launch fully. In fact, like I told you, we already have more than 300 pre-orders. So what we want in this program is extensive exposure and the capacity to bring their dream to reality. Because I know if we have been taken in this, it will enable us to produce and serve those millions of Ada and Mary across Africa who are in eager need of our products.
Thank you very much. A very inspiring answer and a noble mission to pursue. So we really wish you best of luck in the next room.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we have, last but not least, startup for the morning part. And it's actually just almost down the road, just here in the Netherlands. So we often worry about the pollution in our city, but it might be surprising to learn that the real problem is often inside the buildings. So this startup domestic challenges exactly that. And let's welcome them on stage.
Thank you.
Hello, hello. Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you.
We can see your slides, so you have 3 minutes starting now. Good luck.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Every year, billions of euros are wasted because of HVAC systems in buildings are inefficient. They either overventilate or underperform, and leaving occupants exposed to poor indoor air quality. This inefficiency makes buildings responsible for 36% of global emissions. And with new EU regulations on air quality on horizon, property owners face urgency to act. And we at Domestic provide that solution. We have built AI-powered monitoring platform that tracks air quality, deliver actionable data, and integrate directly with building management system for demand-controlled ventilation, ensuring healthy indoor air quality while reducing HVAC-related energy waste up to 30%. While most solutions on the market stops at basic monitoring, we offer entire stack of AI-driven software and hardware with swappable sensors that integrate with HVAC and building management system and make our solution actionable. Instead of just reporting data, we close the loop from sensing to analytics and system-driven control. And we are already building that momentum. Today, we are piloting our solutions at 2 sites, including one paid customer, and we are also part of Hortus Innovation Project with City of Almere, VodafoneZiggo, VDL, and RS Oxco. And we are also finalizing discussions with Gemeente Steenwijk to roll out our platform in the schools. We are entering in 20 plus billion market US dollars with combined one-time hardware sales and monthly software subscription for ESG reporting, predictive analysis models for energy optimization, and integration with building management system. My name is Mayank, and I'm a founder of Domestic with over 15 years of experience in IoT, programming, and cloud computing. And my co-founder, Engelbert, is a commercial strategist with expertise in business development. And together, we are building a climate-positive company that bridges technology, health, and energy performance. And our mission directly support various sustainable goals, and we aim to save HVAC-related energy waste, prevent CO2 emissions, and make indoor environments energy efficient and healthier for people. We are applying a startup bootcamp. To sharpen our positioning, connect with real estate and energy partners, and access mentorship. And I think with your support, we can make buildings smarter, healthier, and more sustainable. Thank you very much.
And thank you, and perfect timing.
Thank you for the great presentation, also showcasing your expertises and the progress you've made so far. So I remind everyone also to start typing their questions and sharing with us what they would like to learn. And don't forget to vote for your favorite startup. But going into some of the insights you've given to us, right? We want to understand a bit better also what has been the traction that you've seen. You've described that a little bit in terms of units sold in the B2C market. So what are some of the learnings from these experience? Can you give us a better understanding really of the feedback you have received and where you've seen the most traction? And where you've seen also some of the blockers in pursuing
I can describe, the challenges that we have faced, and the biggest challenge is to convince people why it's important, because this is something we don't see and we don't feel. So people don't really pay attention to it unless it becomes a problem. And the second problem that we have seen that many people not going to look at data after 2 weeks. So what we thought that instead of just providing monitoring, why don't we take control of the data and do something in backend that can be beneficial for also people? At the end, the goal is to reduce HVAC-related energy waste, which is up to 30%. It can be collectively millions of billions of euros just in Netherlands and elsewhere in Europe. So these are the two biggest challenges that we have seen so far. Did it answer your question?
Yeah. Also, these being the incentives for those who have decided to adopt the technology so far.
So the moment we switch to energy savings, and then there are some people that like, okay, let's have a talk, and we already approving it with the one location where we have started integrating our models with their building management system in a zone control testing, like a kind of restricted testing to see, the effect of the cost and the impact of the air quality, like what's going on, and we can see there's some good results coming in.
So you're definitely, if we were to summarize for the audience also the value proposition that you bring into the table, combining the energy optimization and the air quality benefits, how would you how would you describe, once again, you have mentioned this in the presentation, but once again, your positioning in the competitive landscape? Why are not others doing it, and why are you will you be able to get more traction and a stronger and come across as stronger in the competitive landscape?
Yeah. So can you repeat your question? Sorry, I just got a.
So just to understand the value proposition that you have already described in a pitch, but to summarize for the audience, how is that going to help you win in the market and stand out?
Yeah. Now clear. Thank you. Sorry for that. So as I said, that we do have some competitors in the market, and they all ends at monitoring part because it's quite difficult to integrate with the building management system because they are very closed systems. So what we have done is instead of going to ventilation company directly, we're not gonna allow us to connect our platform to the system. We are going to the customers, and telling them that why it's important for them to integrate our solution with their building management system that may be coming from any players like Siemens or Johnson and Controls or any third party they may have. And by doing so, if we go through the customer channel through the ventilation company, they are kind of feel obliged to do something because then we show first the impact and how much money they are wasting. So then customer tell us that okay, maybe you work with them directly, and this is how we are trying to make a difference.
Focusing on.
Sorry, your voice I couldn't hear your voice. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, no, I was just asking, based on this also, what are the markets you're focusing on? Is it Europe or, yeah?
Yeah, the initial would be Benelux because, this is where, for example, it became mandatory for schools to monitor air quality in Netherlands from July of this year. And it already became mandatory in Belgium last 2 years ago. So this is where we are starting as an entry market, the closest to home. And in case something happens, I can still go and adjust things as accordingly. And then the moving forward would be to enter in German and French market and other European countries. And then later on, different parts of the world where it is, let's say, becoming important to monitor air quality. For example, China, where we are already discussing partnership to provide our platform.
Great plan. Well, you have already touched upon that, of course, in your presentation. But if you have to summarize in one sentence, why do you want to be a part of Startup Bootcamp?
Yeah, to access the mentorship and gain, access to network. Let's say we need access to real estate companies, energy companies. That's where we can provide our solution. So I believe that Startup Bootcamp can help us with that, our needs.
Very clear goals, amazing objective. Thank you again for your energy, for your pitch, and best of luck in the next room.
Thanks a lot. Take care.
Well, we are done with the first half. I think that flew by.
Yes, absolutely. And the level of ambition and innovation is impressive. So we look forward to seeing the following pitches.
Exactly. Yeah. And now it is time for a break. So our suggestion, take a coffee, a lunch, open Matching Stars, because now is the time for you to rate the startups, the 10 startups that you just saw. It will help even if you just put a star on the startups that you think belong in our accelerator. And if you can provide extra feedback, that's always, of course, even better. Well, thank you for being with us the first half. And we see you at 1:30 p.m. Central European Time sharp. You will also receive reminders where we're on. And yeah, have a great break and see you later.
you.
Welcome back, everyone. You're just in time to see the second half of the selection days today about energy and climate. We hope that for those of you that join us again, you had a nice lunch, you could stretch a little, have some coffee, vote on matching stars, and we saw that a lot of you did, so thanks a lot. Because now it is time, of course, to move to the second part, 10 more fantastic startups within energy and climate area. Now, for those of you that are just joining us, welcome. And no matter if you just join us, but you're a part of our ecosystem, or if you're completely new, if you have any questions, you can always drop them in the chat box right next to the player. Or if you want to be a part of our ecosystem after these selections and you're not sure how to start, you can email us at relations@startupbootcamp.org. Now back to today, of course. We have 10 more startups coming up, so it is our chance to listen to their pitches, ask questions, and make an opinion.
Yeah, and remember, this isn't just about watching. And of course, we loved that everyone was so engaged, that we're seeing so much traction in the matching stars. So this is your chance to get involved. If you haven't yet, please go and vote and use the Q&A box to send us your questions and choose the sharpest one so we can really help the startup tell their stories. And also remember to do so while you're hearing the pitches, so we have the time also to collect all the questions and the startups can answer them.
Exactly. And again, thank you for being with us. Thank you, because your engagement is not only good for us, and it's not only cheerleading support for the startups, you actually help select the next wave of innovators. So your impact is incredible. Now, I think it is time to dive into round 2 and meet our next founder. And we're going to South Africa. Now, there is a $60 billion financing gap preventing over 30 million small businesses from accessing clean energy tools. And what if any local retailer or bank could suddenly become a green leader? So let's welcome all the way from South Africa, Social Pay. They will tell us how exactly that can become a reality. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hi, everyone. How are you?
Great. We're very excited, full of energy, and we cannot wait to listen to your pitch.
Thank you very much. My name is Simbrashe Gwenzi. I'm founder and CEO of Social Pay. We're a green neobank helping SMEs get access to energy and to have that energy transition opportunity for SMEs globally. So, picture this. Anna is based in Eastern Europe. She runs a bakery. She faces the challenge of decarbonizing a business, but the cost of transitioning is very high for her. And then Chennai in Zimbabwe, she's running a butchery. She's facing a challenge of accessing reliable energy and also shifting across to get cheap source of energy, which is solar. So this characterizes over 90% of businesses across the world who are SMEs. They face rising energy costs of up to 40% of their OPEX and struggle to access climate finance. In Europe, SMEs like Anna face pressure to decarbonize under the EU Green Deal and Fit for 55. In Africa, over 600 million, like Chennai, lack reliable electricity, and over 80% of these adults are financially excluded. And what we see is that SMEs remain locked out of the solar energy transition, limiting growth, jobs, and climate resilience. In comes Social Pay, the Green Neo Bank, which is facilitating a platform for microfinance institutions, banks, and solar retailers to be able to help these SMEs to get access to clean energy and productive assets. These clients are benefiting with coming with no collateral, no upfront costs, having flexible repayment terms, and they're managing to improve their incomes by 43%, lowering zero defaults, and for Chennai, she managed to create 3 extra jobs within a business. This is Social Pay financing livelihoods, not just energy. We see this massive opportunity of over $100 million with a serviceable SAM, which is 3.45%, which is 3.45 billion. We believe this is our moonshoot that we can target over the next 10 years to be able to get businesses like Chennai's or Anna's to be able to have energy assets. Our business model as Social Pay is leveraging on our artificial intelligence credit model and also our IoT smart metering and cloud-based platform to be able to collect tech fees through our partnerships with MFIs and retailers, and also margin markups on products that we facilitate in financing. We also match technicians on the ground, as well as collect solar remittances through our diaspora channels and collect fees through that. To date, the landscape is not just us. We have other competitors like SolarWorks, Rivi, and Sunfire. But what makes us uniquely positioned for this? We are leveraging on our AI platform for pay-go enablement for solar systems that are used for productive uses. And our diaspora-backed financing is helping improve access for financing of these solar units for a lot more businesses than they could be, as well as our SaaS fees are helping us scale through these partnerships that we have through this neo-banking model that we have, linking diaspora financing and embedded pay-go and limiting our NPLs. Our go-to-market strategy has been partnering with MFIs and energy retailers, leveraging their vast network of agents within their markets that they're operating in.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but you are 40 seconds over time. So if you could wrap up in the next 20 seconds, and then we can always uncover with Q&A.
Thank you very much. So to date, we've managed to finance over 400,000 of clean asset financing with 170 kilowatt solar installed across informal SMEs. And we've managed to offset 580 tons of carbon emissions, supporting over 342 SMEs and livelihoods of 2,640 supported during this process. We are profitable, and we've managed to get a revenue in the past 24 months of 285,000, and we've got a waiting list of over 600,000 that would like to get access to our platform. If you partner with us with an investment of 300K, you'll be able to get returns of over 38% on your money. This will help unlock $5 million, which will give us 6 megawatts of installed capacity supporting SMEs, 8,000 SMEs, 30,000 jobs, and 105 dependents. Join us and be part of this journey. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And let's kick it off with the questions.
Yes, thank you very much for the pitch and for the great insights on how to close the financial gap and how to really help the solution be accessible to a wider audience. So let's start with understanding a bit better how you are using the data points to assess your client credit worthiness, because it will be important also for the audience to understand better your process, to understand better your selection approach, and how this was successful with the first amount you mentioned you were able to monetize, and for future also for future clients in the list, in the waiting list.
All right, thank you very much. So we use a mobile-first approach, and we've been collecting key data points to help us in assessing these SMEs. For example, the level of energy dependency of that particular SME, as well as affordability. So most of these SMEs do not have your typical 3 financial statements that you expect from a business. So we collect the difference within their cash flows that they have to see if they have a positive cash flow that can finance the repayments of that particular solar asset that they are acquiring, and also the level of energy dependency. What we've seen is that energy dependency is now trumping even affordability. And we are realizing that some of these SMEs are then getting their own co-financing in the background to help them acquire these assets, because they see the long-term impact of having that asset that gives them, one, reliable energy, and also a cheap source of energy to lower the operating costs. Sorry, I can't hear you.
How about now? You should be able to hear me?
Now I can hear you, yes.
So I was saying now, thank you for describing the process and how you're able to select the candidates that you think will be successful and also repaying the different credit, right, that they have access to. Now, we know there's been incredible success rate on the repayment side, and you've been able to achieve that so far. So I would like to ask you a question coupled with the one from the audience. So how are you actually protecting your lending? How are you ensuring that repayment is happening? How have you managed to be so successful in and you mentioned part of it now in the describing the process, but how do you think you can sustain the success? Really, that's the question. How would you be able to protect your the financing even going forward?
All right. So thank you for the question. So in protecting the book, what we've been ensuring is that we've leveraged on a cash flow based lending kind of approach. So we have to see that there is revenue that is coming through that particular business based on the declarations and the information that we collect. We have a lot of clients who leverage on mobile money, and we get that mobile money history as well to see how they've been collecting their repayments and also matching with the declared expenses that they have as well. So our artificial intelligence model then helps us in quickly assessing those things when it comes to cash flow. And we're able to determine this person has a higher chance of being able to pay, because people only default not because they just don't want to pay. Sometimes it's because of constrained cash flows that make them fail to repay. So we have to see if there's also someone who's willing to also co-finance. For example, we've opened it up to people in the diaspora. As you may know, the diaspora for Africa is really burgeoning and remitting over 100 billion annually into the African continent. Those people are also helping to co-finance some of these acquisitions as well.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for clear answers. I think it is time for our signature question. And in one sentence, what is your main motivation to join Startup Bootcamp?
Startup Bootcamp is giving a voice to a solution that has been shut down for the past 2 years and giving it that stage to shine as bright as the yellow on our logos.
Fantastic. I absolutely love this answer. Love your energy. So we wish you best of luck in the next step.
Thank you very much.
Thank
and
you.
Enjoy the rest.
Well, I think that was a great, very energetic start of our second part of the selection day. And we are now moving to Bulgaria. Now, we all know data centers and crypto mining produce a ton of heat. Now imagine if that waste heat could warm your home and therefore lower your energy bills. This team is on a mission to set up exactly that. So let's welcome on the stage, Cylon.
Hello, my name is Nicholas. Oh, sorry. Hope I didn't start too soon. My name is Nicholas Abraham. I'm the advisor for Xylon. I'm essentially the resident crypto advisor, as well as the hardware and engineering expert, shall we say. So I'm here today to give a presentation. So let me know if I can start. Oh, and I guess that's a yes.
Please, your slides are on, so we're ready.
Okay, so yeah, obviously here today talk about Xylon. Xylon is a blockchain-powered climate control system. Now, one of the things that we want to solve is that, yearly in the United States and in Europe, there's over 500 terawatts of wasted heat. Now, that means things like computational centers. That means things like engineering processes. That means things like your actual HVAC system itself produces waste heat that itself is not then used. And it has over $260 billion, euros in HVAC costs, where not only when you produce that heat, you also have to eventually get rid of it. So that's what we're here to try and address. Now, we've come up with a basic system, essentially a basic loop, where we have the capacity to use renewable energy sources like solar or like wind, put them through inverters, which is a smart system, which will be able to track usage as well as production, which will then be able to be turned into carbon credits. So we have hardware and software solutions that can actually be used in conjunction with blockchain technology. So everything works together to essentially not only potentially, as a for example, if you were to have a heat source being a Bitcoin mining machine, as a for example, like an ASIC, which produces heat, that heat could then be powered by renewables. That heat then goes on to actually power not just heating in your home via a liquid heat transfer system, but also cooling. We have things like adsorption coolers, and then all of that can then work together to then go back into the blockchain system. So not only are you making crypto using your Bitcoin mining equipment, you can then tokenize your either electricity produced or the carbon credits you produce there. And so you can actually generate profit while you mine. And that's something that's pretty powerful in today's day and age when we have very large corporations and systems that are making large amounts of heat. But then in the regulatory side, they're looking for more and more accountability in terms of the actual carbon they produce. So they have to buy carbon credits to offset their usage. So some of our competitors would be things like Honeywell, Emerson, General Electric. They're somewhat, shall we say, very traditional, but not necessarily innovative. And they're kind of stuck in the old style of systems where everything is siloed. You have hardware, you have software, and then it doesn't transfer over into tokenization or RWAs, as cryptos would say. And we like to think that we're not only able to immediately monetize, aka give the user back money, but we're also pretty innovative, I should say. So this is our first prototype. It looks a little interesting, but one of the most important parts here that we want to display is we actually have an electronic component and a dielectric fluid, which allows us to do extremely efficient heat transfer. So that means that anytime you have a computational system like an ASIC or like a AI center, for example, server racks, what have you, you can actually transfer the heat directly into a liquid and then transfer it to like a heating radiator, like most people are familiar on the sides of their walls, or to provide hot water for your showers, for example. This can then be leveraged into making actually energy production on much larger systems like data and AI centers. And some of the things are revenue, like what's our vertical, shall we say, we have 40% revenue for hardware. Obviously, you need the system itself. We have things like algorithm licensing, which allows us to actually white label some of our tokenization capacity, the actual renewables, aka solar or wind, maintenance, of course, in case some of these systems break down. And of course, our actual contracts with, let's say, consumption companies or for carbon credit distribution, which allows people to actually, like I said, if you are a large manufacturing facility, you can actually take some of those tokens and use it to offset your carbon usage. And of course, efficiency and warranty, of course, everyone loves that. What's our TAM and what's our
I'm so
Camel market?
Sorry, Nikolai, to interrupt, but you went a bit overload. So if you could just like wrap up in the next 20 seconds, and then we can always expand in Q&A.
Yeah, absolutely. And so it's a $6.5 trillion market, and that we think we have the capacity to get 36 billion. And here's our founders team. And these are some of our partners, including Engineering Fluids and Seed Studio and Goldshell, which are very large cryptocurrency and engineering industry partners, which will be able to help us produce our product and get it to market.
Mm-hmm. Fantastic. Well, thank you very much. And it is now time for the questions. And a kind reminder to our audience, of course, please try to reply and ask your questions while the pitch is going or in the first half of Q&A, so we can make sure we ask as many questions as we can.
Yes, thank you also for the reminder to the audience. So let's get started with understanding a little bit better your initial target customers. All right, you described a little bit the contest. So are you targeting residential homes or large scale data centers? Have you decided also your prioritization? So if you could give a bit more context around that, that would be great.
Yeah, so right now we have two general systems that we're looking to address, two basic markets. One is residential, other one is large industry partners like AI and computation centers or data server farms, as for example. Some of the smaller ones will have essentially solar and wind. The larger ones will actually have a more comprehensive system that will not only allow them to reject and then reuse their excess heat or their waste heat to cool their own equipment, but also you'll be able to take the relatively low quality waste heat and actually turn it into power. And that allows us to not only use the waste heat, not just during winter, like most of the other data server solutions, but also during summer. So it allows us to provide both solutions for both times of the year.
No, that's excellent. And so could you tell us also a bit more about the status of your first commercial EU installation?
Yeah, so we currently have an installation actually on our founder's home, and it makes power. It allows, and he's actually been made a small amount of money on his crypto ASIC machine, and he's working on actually integrating it into a fully comprehensive system to provide his own hot water. So essentially the basic components of our prototype are already in production. We already have the pseudocode for the blockchain itself, and we have a number of partners who've been in the blockchain space for combined 30 years. So we're looking to get started, so to speak.
Great. And so when you think about the incentive before, you mentioned, right, also the crypto aspect as being a big part of the decision, and also the combination with other existing systems. You were describing different setups in a residential setting versus a more structured, business setting, and so different needs as well. But if you had to describe the traction and the intent demonstrated from the target audience, how would you describe it? How would you highlight where they see the most benefits?
So in the 20,000 foot level view, I would say the actual largest and most needed application would be in AI centers, because they produce lots of excess heat and then they consume a lot of power. So in order to offset that, not necessarily just for the amount of heat they produce, also the electricity consumption, to then take that and then lower the amount of electricity needed to cool those systems, because over 50% of all power to similar infrastructure is like 50% of that power is used to actually cool those centers. So if you can instead leverage the heat produced and turn it into a way to either cool itself or to power itself, that's a massive energy reduction. So that is the largest application. Obviously, the residential is essentially if you want to use crypto systems to mine and then also heat your home at the same time, it's a win-win for the homeowner, so to speak.
That's great. And then thinking about how, if you were to access the program, right, how you would choose to deploy the resources, access, how would you use those for the first 2 pilot sites? Could you describe it a bit, the plans you have?
So, sorry, can you clarify the question when you say like how to actually?
Yeah, so
access?
it's to understand how you would use the resources you would get through Startup Bootcamp in case the selection was successful for the first 2 pilot sites.
So absolutely, we would we would be testing out our algorithms, testing out our detectors, testing out our hardware and software to make sure that everything works together, not just collectively as a system, but also make it modular. So the idea is to basically be accessible and available to as many different systems as possible, because ultimately an input is only an output if you have the in-between infrastructure. So to create the infrastructure is what will actually make this possible. If that's not available, then you can have power and you can have energy or waste heat reuse, but it's not going to be trackable. It's not going to be tokenized, so to speak.
Makes sense. Well, thank you very much for great answers, super clear, especially in such a tough topic. Now, in one sentence, what is the number one thing that you would like to get out of our accelerator if you are selected?
The number one thing we'd like to get out of the accelerator is assistance, knowledge, and a better understanding of actually how to make our company possible.
Fantastic. Well, great goal. Again, thank you very much for your pitch, and we wish you best of luck in the next step.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, our next startup brings us to Nigeria, where millions of families are forced to power their lives with expensive and polluting kerosene. But what if clean energy could be as simple and affordable as a daily purchase? Please welcome Cadex Power on the stage, on our virtual stage, and let's see exactly how that is possible. Hello, hello.
Hi, everyone. Hello.
Well, we're very excited to welcome you. You have 3 minutes, and you can start now.
All right. Thank you so much. My name is Onyeka Tumafo. I'm the founder and the CEO of Cadex Power. At Cadex Power, we are committed to bridging the energy deficit gap in Nigeria and also powering African future with clean energy. I was born in a family that experienced energy poverty, where I have to read with kerosene lamp during my time in high school. And as a result of the harmful fume that came from the kerosene lamp, I developed a respiratory sickness. Today, millions of people in Nigeria still do not have access to reliable electricity. According to World Bank records, more than 85 million people do not have access to clean electricity. And about 36% of people in the rural area are connected to the national grid, leaving a large amount of people off grid. And also have the people that are in the peri-urban areas with about 8 or more than 8 hours power outages on daily basis. And therefore, this has led to daily dependency of fossil fuel generators. Averagely, households in Nigeria spend about $10 billion annually on petrol and diesel generators. This includes the purchase and the maintenance. and as well as corporate and SMEs spend about $20 billion annually powering the operation with backup generators. In total, Nigeria loses 30 billion annually to insufficient energy alternative, and this is about 6% of our GDP. What we do in Ketex Power is that we provide an integrated framework to be able to bridge this gap through our solar home system, our solar lanterns, and as well as power stations. All these are tailored to different energy needs of each household and organizations that we serve. Our system also have a financial innovation using our pay-go and financing, making people to be able to have a flexible payment over a period of time, enhancing our affordability. We are also very committed to the community we serve. Therefore, we train local agents and we empower them so that they can become our last mile distribution agents. We also assist in after-sales support, providing maintenance services, customer health and warranty management. In Nigeria energy market, it is a very huge opportunity because we have more than 85 million people who do not have access to electricity, and this constitutes to about 32 billion dollars. And then when we focus on our priority market, which is the southwestern part of Nigeria, Lagos and other states, we are looking at $6 billion, and this constitutes to about 1.5 billion, 5.5 million households and 200,000 SMEs, which have developed consistent use of generator, and they spend 200 to 400 $400,000. I mean, for 200 to 400 dollars monthly on the electricity. Our beachhead market is over the next year, 2026. We are looking at 5,000 households and 500 SMEs. In terms of our revenue models, it comes with our product sale, our pay-go financing, our services, and as well as our commission and consulting. Our impact so far, we are able to electrify 500, more than 500 households, impacted 2,500 individuals, and we have also saved $100,000 in energy service and mitigated 25 metric tons of carbon. Through our sales agent, which we recruit, we have created more than 50 jobs. In terms of our financial breakdown, the company that started 2023, as of 2024, we're able to raise grants of $55,000, and which has helped us with our product sale. And our year-to-year growth has been 100% because we are able to have our cross margin.
Sorry to interrupt, but you went 1 minute over time. So if you could wrap up in the next 10 seconds, and then we'll go into Q&A.
All right, thank you so much. In terms of our competition, we have our innovation because our product is a plug and play with Internet of All Things and AI monitoring. Help us to monitor our product. It's also modular. It can be expanded when the electricity needs of our customer expand. And over the years, we are looking at expanding to 5,000 households and 3 states and scale commercially. We are looking for $250,000 in terms of funding to help us build our capacity, scale our operation, and also support our inventory procurement. Our team is very well experienced. We have more than 8 years of experience. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Because don't worry, because I think with the questions, we can help you out a bit and we can target that part.
Yes, exactly. And if there's anything else you want to share, I'll ask you also at the end, so you get your chance to highlight what was missing. So thank you, first of all, for your presentation. It was great. The pitch was great. And it's great to see how the solution is targeting a large audience, and specifically that you have already engaged with 500 households, and you've been able to electrify those. So what do you think has been the most significant life-changing impact that you've observed in these communities, and beyond just providing the light? What have you seen, if you were to pick, what have you seen being the impact?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. And the significant changes we have seen in those communities includes economic growth, because businesses, they have been able to save the money they use to buy and maintain their fossil fuel generators by transitioning to our solar energy system. It has also helped families to mitigate CO2 emission instead of using the fossil fuel generator that is so noisy and polluting to the environment. They now have access to clean and sustainable energy systems. So overall, it has actually improved the communities that we serve, and businesses have also enhanced in terms of their profits, it has enhanced their profits as well.
Okay, great. So now looking more at the commercial side, what have you been able to operationalize so far? If you look at it from merely a business perspective, how would you summarize that? What have you been able to structure around your business model and operationalize and commercialize?
Okay, thank you. So far, we have actually impacted more of households instead of the commercial aspect of it. But we have also been able to reach out to different organizations, and we have also done a couple of projects to a couple of organizations. And these organizations, we have helped them to transition to from the use of fossil fuel generators to renewable energy system. So, and most of those organizations has always complained of the high amount of money they spent on daily basis in trying to maintain their fossil fuel generators. So with our solution, we have been able to help them to transition to a clean energy system. And the reality is that those organizations are very huge, and this is one thing they want to embrace. This is one thing they want to transition to. And with the solution we are bringing and with our technology, they are able to imbibe by it. They want to go into it. So when it comes to commercialization, we have identified a very huge market opportunity, and we have a solution, a product that is able there to meet their needs. So we are now trying to cover up all those areas in terms of reaching out to those organizations so that they can transition from their daily fossil fuel use to a clean energy solution that we provide. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So then a follow-up question is more about focused more on the Pay G platform, and they've been running, and to understand a little bit better the performance there, so that we also grasp a bit more the commercial side of the work.
Okay, yes. So in terms of our pay-as-you-go service, our solution comes with a user-friendly application, a mobile-friendly application. So with that application, you can be able to track and monitor your energy use, and also you can be able to subscribe, make your payments in using the mobile app that our product provides. So that's the way it works. So each user have a user-friendly applications that is peculiar to them, and they use it to track their energy consumption at the same time subscribe in terms of their payments. Depends on the agreement we have with them. If they need to pay over the next 6 months, over the next 12 months, the app will always remind them of when they need to make the payment, and then they'll be able to make the payment using the applications that our product provides.
Question. So, what is the number one thing you want to get from the Startup Bootcamp Accelerator?
For us, it is like joining a community that will help us to commercialize and help us to scale our products. I believe that over the past 2 years that we started, we have done so well. We have identified a very huge community. So we actually want to belong to a community that will help us provide the mentorship we need, provide the partnership we need, also help us with the technology that we need for us to be able to commercialize and scale our products.
Fantastic. Well, again, a very noble mission, and we're really excited for you to go to the next stage. So best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, at this point, I would like to remind a lot of people that joined quite recently. So don't forget to ask questions. You can do it via the chatbot right next to the player, and ideally ask when the startups are pitching or at the very beginning, because I see fantastic questions that come just a bit too late. And of course, we would love to ask all of them to the founders. And after that, of course, don't forget to go to Matching Stars. The QR code should be right on the screen, or you can always just drop a text in the chat and we will reply, because that is how you are able to vote for the startup you think belongs in our accelerator. With that, we are moving to Turkey, a region with significant seismic risk. Now, after an earthquake, assessing building safety is a slow and manual process, but in the critical hours after a disaster, speed and accuracy is what matters the most. So Signaltone, the startup we're about to welcome, addresses exactly that issue. Let's welcome them on stage. Hello, hello.
Hello.
How are you
Hi,
doing?
everyone. I'm fine. How are you?
Great. We're very excited to listen to your pitch. You have 3 minutes starting now.
Good luck.
All right. Thank you. My name is Niall. Hi, everyone. At Signalton, we focus on disaster resilience. And here's an iconic picture from the massive earthquake in southeastern Turkey 2 years ago. We see a man holding his daughter's hand, that daughter's hand, in the rubbles of a collapsed building. Thousands of buildings collapsed in that earthquake, and more than 60,000 lives were lost. At Signalton, we have a vision to change that picture forever. Here's the problem: insufficient enforcement of building codes. That created a large stock of earthquake-vulnerable buildings and critical infrastructure all over the world. Auditing methods by local authorities, visual inspections, concrete sample collections, they have no relevance to seismic vibration response of a structure. They fail to detect damages due to medium magnitude earthquakes. Also, extreme weather events like storms, floods affect ground conditions, increasing landslides, seismic vulnerability, and compromising the integrity of power, water, gas, and transportation networks. So our solution is simple. We monitor the health of structures in a smarter way. We use IoT edge networks of sensors. We apply technically more advanced structural vibration analysis than the conventional, including artificial intelligence, digital signal processing, spectral analysis. We use low-cost, high-tech sensors for real-time data acquisition. That improves assessment of risk and damage for early warning and situational awareness, which is very important for disaster recovery, so that informed disaster planning, response, and mitigation can be done. We have already developed our vibration sensor and applied at Brisa, Bridgestone Sabancı Tire Company in Turkey for the vibration analysis of tire failure detection. And we achieved structural health monitoring accuracy of 95% or more. Many application areas, we can monitor power substations, power transmission and distribution network, wind turbines, oil and gas industry, water treatment plants, bridges, tunnels, railroads, buildings, and construction sites. This is a highly scalable B2B solution, and it contributes to several sustainable development goals of the United Nations. And we are talking to TEİAŞ and TEDAŞ. Those are transmission and distribution, power transmission and distribution companies in Turkey, Tüpraş and Sokar in oil and gas industry, and Ankara and Istanbul municipalities to apply this solution to infrastructure monitoring. We have an experienced team with outstanding expertise, R&D team, in addition to business development team and consultants in different cities. We have access to top universities in Turkey and in the US. We have formed a Horizon Europe consortium of 21 organizations from 8 countries for the last 3 years and applied to Horizon Europe and got very good results. And we did the technical coordination of that consortium. Yeah, I think that's all I would like to say.
Amazing. Thank you very much for a clear pitch. It is now time for a Q&A.
Yeah, thank you so much for having explained to us something that some of us might find quite technical, but it was very, very, very well explained also within the context of common scenarios that we have probably either lived or heard of the earthquakes. But I wanted to highlight to start with you just showed the application areas, right? And you also mentioned some of the customers. So it would be good to share some of the initial traction or some of the engagement you've had with very established companies, and at least in your country. So it would be good for the audience to hear more about your successes there and the feedback you have received, right? How welcoming have they been of the initial discussions on the solutions?
So we applied our sensor and also the advanced analysis at Brisa. Brisa is a Bridgestone Sabancı tire company established in Turkey, in Izmit, Turkey. And we applied the sensor in their lab and collected large amounts of vibration data and analyzed that. And we got some traction in that collaboration. That was a collaboration towards a joint product. We finished the first phase, and we are waiting for the second phase to apply this system to heavy-duty trucks on the roads, actually.
That's great. And so could you also describe a little bit better for the audience the level of application and demonstration, right? Because I know you are at a TRL, you describe it as TRL 7 for tech demonstrating relevant environment per se, but could you give a bit more context on how advanced has been the piloting and the demonstration of the technology so far?
So the sensor that we produced is based on one of our hardware platforms called DataMod. It's basically an IoT platform, but we are using it as a real-time data acquisition board. And we connect that to a high-definition vibration sensor. And that was produced, and DataMod is already at TRL 7, and this sensor is at TRL 7 because it was set up in the laboratory in Brisa's laboratory, which is very close to the actual road conditions. So that's why it's about TRL 6 or 7, and also the advanced analysis that we produce using AI algorithms. We have established that and run those algorithms on the actual real data.
Yeah, I also love to highlight a little bit your background because I think that's extremely relevant to also demonstrate your experience, right? And that highly technical experience and understanding of the field. So if you want to say a few words on that and how that can really help you in demonstrating to clients as well and customers you're talking to the applications.
Yeah, we have, as a team, we have a very long years of experience in signal processing, electronic design, system integration, digital systems. Myself, I have taught at the university as well. I have an academic background as well, and industrial experience, more than 30 years of experience. For instance, artificial intelligence. The first time we introduced the artificial intelligence to hearing instruments when I was working at Phonak. That was 20 years ago, and they're still using that artificial intelligence system till now, actually. So we have signal processing background, artificial intelligence background, spectral analysis background. So those are kind of very electrical engineering terms, but those are very necessary for data analysis, signal analysis in our field.
Absolutely. Super. Well, thank you again very much. Last question in one sentence. What is the number one thing that you expect from Startup Bootcamp?
We would like to establish some customer networks through that program, also investor networks.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Again, very impressive traction, and best of luck in the next steps.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, next startup, we're going back to the African region where the promise of solar energy has often failed to deliver. Individual home systems, they can be unreliable, and large microgrids are slow and quite expensive to build. So this team is pioneering community-based nanogrids, and let's welcome on stage EcoGrid Electric. Hi there.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear, and we have your slides up. So whenever you're ready, let's go.
All right, great. My name is Isaac Salako, and I'm the CEO of EcoGrid. As you can see on the screen, our ideology is simple. We think when light is on, life is also on. And that's why at EcoGrid, we've identified some problems in the booming solar market in Nigeria. Despite the market is jumping at 94%, solar market, but the truth still remains that just only 1.6% of the country's energy mix are using solar. And then what we've identified as the problems are the high upfront cost. A lot of family cannot afford to get a reasonable solar system. The system is either too decentralized, individual trying to purchase different solar products and not really utilizing solar power to the maximum, or too centralized, like microgrid or mini grid, which is expensive to build. Then there are policy uncertainty, then poor system design, and some substandard product that is eroding public trust, and also the limited knowledge of how solar system works. So what is our solution? Our solution is simple, as you can see on the screen. We built a nanogrid system. A nanogrid system where we have a couple of houses, sharing energy, and there's some form of equity with that. Well, with a nanogrid system, first, you don't have to purchase your own equipment. We own the equipment, right? All you need to do is pay your monthly subscription cost, right? It's very affordable. Then we have a balanced grid model. On our nanogrid system, we can connect up to 16 houses within like 100 meters apart. Then we build trust and reliability because the system is well designed, well coordinated. In a nutshell, what we're trying to do is, in the messy market, we're trying to create orderliness, right? And make solar power accessible to every household, regardless of your economic status. So what makes us unique? Because we are bridging the grid gap, right? Not too small and not too large. Also, the houses on our grid, they are very flexible. You can decide to choose the plan that fits your need based on what you can afford. We have the essential, comfort, or prime plan, and all you just need to do is go on your phone and subscribe. And what we do is you do more with less. With our nanogrid system, the system is designed such that with little capacity, all the household gets to do a lot of things. Then it's highly scalable. Just imagine on a grid, if we have 16 homes, that means we only need 10 grids to power 160 homes. That is how scalable our nanogrid system is. And the trust that comes with it is also something that we're proud of. Our customer attraction, which this month actually makes it 1 year that our initial pilot site, will be celebrating 1 year of uninterrupted power supply. And on that grid, we have 8 houses that share power on that grid, uninterrupted. And all participants in that grid, after 4 months, the house transition to pay subscribers. And after that, we have all the 6 grids that is on the system. Right now, on our growing wait list, we have over 300 households that are waiting to be connected. And then the positive feedback we're getting from our customer is something that we're also proud of. Our business model is simple. The base business model is EcoShare and EcoCommercial subscription model, where we own the equipment, they pay their monthly subscription fee, and they don't need to pay any loan back to us or own the infrastructure. That's all belongs to us. And then we have the eco elite. We have some businesses
I'm
that
so
wants to
sorry
own
to
their
interrupt.
system.
So sorry to interrupt, but you
All right.
are 1 minute over time. So if you can just wrap up in the next 10 seconds and we will go to Q&A.
All right. So this is our team. Myself, Hanabayomi. I have a background in insurance sales and tech consulting, and he's a renewable energy and embedded system engineer. And why do we want to why do we want Startup Bootcamp? We want access to mentors and investors. We want to refine and scale our business model as fast as we can. Global network for growth and strategic backing to deliver clean energy, not just in Nigeria and across other African countries. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And because I think you gave a very clear answer why start a bootcamp, maybe we can skip that question and we can just dedicate more time to other questions.
Yes, no, exactly. So I would say to understand a little bit better the energy distribution, right? How do you make sure that your technology can enable fair energy distribution among the connected users? If you could give us a better understanding of that, so that it's clear how adoption is enabled.
Okay, so on our nanogrid system, the technology we've built, we identified, we group the energy need of each household into two. We group it into essential appliances and high-end appliances. So on the grid, each household is allocated what they need to power their major light, refrigerator, and all of that. But for the high-end equipment like pumping machine, ironing, washing machine, we have a queuing system that whenever they need to use that high-end equipment, there's a simple click on the system app. They increase their power request and they're able to power all those equipment. Everybody on a single nanogrid system. And what you use in your household does not affect the other household out there, right? Everybody has their own allocated power to use. If you want to go above what you're allocated, you're going to be given a warning for like 10 seconds to power it down, and then you continue to use your power. And if you don't, then it takes you out of the grid for a few seconds, and then you can use your power again after 5 minutes.
Great. And so then looking at the long-term operational plans, right, and the ensure adoption, what is the plan for maintaining your nanogrids to guarantee reliable services? Because now you've just described the management aspect, how you're going to manage the tech, but how are you going to make sure this is a reliable service?
Yeah, that's a very great question. So our system, the smart meter that we build on our gateway, does not just distribute energy, it also manages system. That's why we call it a virtual management system, where we can manage the grid from remotely. We don't have to have engineer on site, and we've been doing that for 1 year, right? What we've been doing is managing the system, study their generation and their usage, everything remotely. And over the course of 1 year, to manage the grid have actually cost us less than $100. That is surprising, because we've not the system is so robust and so efficient that most of the energy management can be done remotely through our technology.
Great. No, that's great feedback on that question. So then if we had to look at still the operational side of things, what would be the typical monthly cost for a household and a small business, right? And how does that compare to the current spending, to the alternative that they have?
Yeah, so right now, the household is spending between $20 to $30 per month to get energy. And when we did the cost analysis breakdown of what they were using before, a typical household, even they didn't realize it, that they're spending almost $100 on buying fuels, on taking transportation to the market every day to buy things that they cook. Now with their refrigerator at home, they can cook in bulk, keep it in the refrigerator, buy some market produce, keep it in the refrigerator. That saves them the cost of transportation, and at the same time save them the cost of buying gas and cooking every day. So overall, we've been able to save households up to like $70 per month on their energy subscription payment.
Okay, great. And how do you convince, just to wrap up, to clarify, how do you convince them up beforehand, right, that there will be a saving by going with this option?
Yeah, so we come from the standpoint of educating people because right now the market is so messy that people are confused. So what we've taken our time to do is to sit down with household. We have a time to talk to them on how to adopt this, what the strategy is, what do you need to use? Do you need to change some of your bulb to energy efficient bulb? What do you need to do during the day? What you shouldn't be doing at night to just make sure you preserve energy, and be able to make maximum use of it. So coming from the education standpoint, we've seen a lot of improvement with our current users. They are so conscious of how they're using the energy. Let me give you a quick scenario. We have someone that went to work, and when he looks on the app, he sees that he's consuming a lot of energy. He ran back home to unplug his iron because he forgot to unplug his iron on the app. He could see that it's consuming more energy on the app while at work. So that is how efficient this system is and the consciousness that we bring to the user in the market.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for great answers and your energy. And we wish you best of luck in the next step.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I think the time flies quite quickly because we're
Yeah.
almost halfway through our second part. Now we're going to Georgia. Farmers here, just as farmers anywhere, are struggling with a mountain of problem, animal waste. And this team believes that this waste is just a resource in the wrong place. And of course, they're here to prove it. So let's welcome on stage the team of Bionova.
Greetings, everyone. How are you all?
Hi, we're doing
Good.
great. How are you?
I'm fine also.
Fantastic. Well, then your screen is up. You have 3 minutes starting now. Good luck.
Sure. Greetings, everyone, again. I'm Nikola Chikladze, the CTO of the company, and we're not only saving the environment, but as well as making farmers richer. So today, 90% of the farmers have different challenges, starting from unsold harvest that rots, animal waste overload, which they don't know where to take it, and because of that, they get fined, and most importantly, high energy costs. And guess who is solving all of those problems? It's no other, you guessed it, Bionova. So we're offering them renewable energy resource, 30% increase in harvest, reduced CO2 emissions, and no fines. This is our digester, which is pretty easy to use. This is where the manure goes in, and with the water and the right temperature, the gas is being produced, which later on can be turned into electricity depending on the farmer's needs. To make the farmers' lives much more easier, we also created an application which farmers can check how much gas and electricity has been produced and if there is something wrong with the digester. And as for the competitors, yes, we do have them globally, but our advantage is that it's 3 times much more easier to set up. It's suitable for farmers, it's 2 times affordable, and guess what? It comes with an application. So the global biogas market is huge. It's 100 plus billion dollars, and in Georgia we have 1,073 livestock farms, which makes the best start for our startup. This is our initial plan. We're planning to launch our MVP really, really soon. It's coming really, really soon. We're already piloting our prototype, and we already have 3 units in demand. After this, the next year we're planning to launch it in a regional market, in Turkish market, and after that we're planning to join the European market. And our total revenue should be around 10 million plus dollars until that year. So we have B2B to B2C customer model. In the first phase, we're gonna have 3 types of digesters. We're gonna have 15, 30 to 50 tons of digester. The initial starting price will be $7,900. And the question that all of you are wondering, like, will this be enough for a farmer to last a whole year? The short answer is yes. If we take the smallest digester, where annually a 180 tons of manure goes in, it is fully enough for a farmer to not even pay a single penny in gas and electricity bills, which is super amazing. And also, the farmer can also make an additional income by selling electricity and also the fertilizer. We're covering 6 SDGs, which is really, really good. And this is our roadmap. And I'm really, really proud to be the first Georgian startup to ever win the single market European market expansion award in this year, Belgium. And we're not alone. We're partnered with the E2C Acceleration Program officially, which was give us the advantage when we joined the Turkish market, and European and the Dana and the startup bootcamp hopefully as well, which will give us the mentorship, the knowledge we need, and also open the doors us for the European market in the future. Behind every amazing idea stands an amazing team with a full stack developer, mechanical and biogas engineer, 3D designer, senior accountant, and a team of advisors who have years and years of experience in this field, which is super amazing. Thanks for the attention, and don't forget that the renewable energy is the future. You can also scan the QR code for the pilot demonstration.
Fantastic. Well, maybe we can leave it for just one more second so people can
Sure.
scan it. And thank you very much. Perfect timing. And we already have some first questions.
Yes. So thank you again for the presentation, for the pitch, and starting with some of the challenges that in key regulatory and logistical limitations that you anticipate. What is your plan on adapting the solution for different markets? And also maybe good to clarify once again, which are your priority markets?
Sure. So our priority, like let's first say who are our priority customers. It's livestock farmers who have a lot of animals in the farm, and they're facing a lot of challenges. From the interviews that we had from a lot of programs, we see that almost all of the market is the same. Like there's the farmers who have the same problem. So our initial plan for now is to create the MVP, which we are in the process of, then try to test it as much, because our plan is not only to save the costs of the bills, but also to put these digesters in high up in the mountain places, because where there is no like electricity or gas. So first we're gonna put one in our partnered farm, the second one in the high up in the mountain farm to test it on the both sides, and then try to reach the MLP stage. For now, that is our main concern. And after we take the Georgian market, then we're gonna see what can be done. In this case, as I mentioned, the next market will be Turkey, which we already have studied it, and the E2C program is helping us and will help us right now and in the future as well to tackle the challenges that we face when joining a new market. And yeah.
Great. And then you spoke about specific type of farmers that would be interested in this solution. When you were having conversations with them, have you also, again, depending on the markets of reference, but have you also received specific feedback on how they prefer to access the solution? Because some of them might want to adopt solutions that they can manage directly, right? So it'd be interesting to understand a little bit better the market needs and how you plan to adapt to that, linked back to the logistical aspects.
Sure. I have a quick question here. What do you mean by the adapt, not the adapt, but the use? Do you mean they use different methods that is on the market? You mean?
No, I mean that they might want to access this solution in different ways in order for them to adopt it. It could be in a shared setting. It could be in their location. That does have an impact on your logistical plan, and so it might be interesting to hear what has been the most requested approach.
Sure. So the most from the interviews, what we learned is that the farmers really the biggest problem. I'm going to start from this. I'm going to continue with your question. The biggest problem is convincing farmer, because farmers have different mindset in Georgia and in different countries as well. That innovation is kind of not really they don't really like the innovation. They have something that works and they need to stay with it. But when you're like talking with them and saying that, oh, this will cover your costs, you won't need any energy, you'll be independent, they're really into it. Then they really want to prefer to have one digester, like not to share it, but have that on the farm, because they think that it's much more protected in a way. Because if we're talking about a big, huge digester like a factory, which our competitors do, and shared, let's say 4 or 5 farmers, then it's really a headache for them, I think, and that's what they think. But because you have a different numbers of electricity, like different numbers of gas, and also it needs to be connected to different households, and they think that there might be some kind of security concerns with that, so they don't really tend to share it still. But when we talk that you will have a single biodigester in your farm, which will be fully in your control, and you won't have only the hardware but the application which you can control. Let's say you're not in Georgia, right? You're in some different country or in different region. You can check your application, check what's happening with your digester. It also gives you the alerts if something wrong with it, and they're really into it. Like if you talk them with the money and how much they're saving and the control, which people really love, then everything is settled.
Great. So let me combine the questions that we have received so maybe you can give more to the point answers to these. But it's clear that control and cost savings are two of the drivers for the decision. But could you also list the top waste types that they're interested in converting? And also, again, besides control and cost saving, if there are other criteria by which they see there is a difference between existing solution, so competitive competitors. For example, in the question, there was also a question on those that farmers use in Western Europe, for example.
Sure.
But overall, if you could give top waste streams and also, again, highlight the competitive advantage.
So about the waste, it doesn't really actually matter if it will be manure or the chicken poop. It's depends on the farmer of what kind of manure the farmer has. For now, we're partnered with the person who has a chicken farm, but there's the difference between the manures is the chicken manure has a lot of more gas. But the cow manure has a little less gas when produced. But actually, any organic waste goes in our digester, to answer your question in this case. And the second one, what is our advantage? Except for talking about, so we have two main types of competitors. I'm going to say like this. The first one, who are building the huge factories, and the second one, like home biogas, who makes small digesters for kitchen waste. And we are tackling the farmers. Yes, there are 2 or 3 competitors like this, the farmers, but it's not a lot. Like the bioelectric is the one who is also doing it, but they are doing it really, really big digesters, which is costly. They are also using different materials, which we changed that to do, and the price went down because of that, which is really because the farmers really tend to like the cheaper models, which works the same way or even better way. And most importantly, we have an application which is new to the market. And as I mentioned in the last question, if you give people control over things, they are really into it. So that's our biggest advantages.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Very clear answers. And well, we only wish you good luck in the next stage, in the next room.
Thanks a lot. Bye.
Thank you. So we only have a few startups left. So again, I know that we have quite a lot of new viewers. Do not forget to ask questions, and after, go to Matching Stars and put a star if you think that that startup belongs in our accelerator. Now we are taking our transatlantic travel, actually.
Yes.
We're going to Brazil. Now imagine tracking your carbon footprint alongside your bank balance within your banking app. The next team is making this a reality for all their customers. And let's give a warm welcome to the team of Green Balance.
Hi, everybody.
There. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you for the opportunity.
Of course, we're very happy to have you here. Now, just make sure to share the slides so we can see them on the screen. And then in the meantime, again, kind reminder to our audience, the chat box is right next to the player. So try to ask questions while the pitch is still going. So then we will make sure to address them to the founder. Well, your slides are on. So you have 3 minutes and good luck.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Do you know your carbon footprint? I'm Eduardo from Green Balance, the first climate fintech in Brazil. We turn daily payments into clear climate action. We are here to scale this across Europe, starting in Amsterdam. Measuring emission is still hard. Most people and companies do not know how to track their carbon footprint. Banks feel pressure to lead, and regulators ask for better ESG solutions. The result is slow action and lost impact. We fix this with automation. We translate finance into sustainability. We connect to financial data and return CO2 insights that anyone can understand. Our work fits banks, acquirers, e-commerce, and more. Our calculator is built on the GAG protocol. We study more than 400 sustainability reports and processed thousands of real data points to calibrate factors by sectors and by regions. This is why our results are reliable and practical. The company sends transaction data like amount, category, and payment method. We classify the type of spend, and we apply the right emission factor. We return the CO2 value in real time and show results on a dashboard by client, product, or operation. With Julia, the user just sends a message or a photo of a receipt. Julia reads it, calculates emissions, and logs history. When the total reaches 1 ton, Julia notifies that offset is possible and sends the seal, certificate, and report after the action. We are the first mover in climate fintech in Brazil. We offer a clean API and automatic CO2 for cards and account to account. Competitors face high cost and slow time to market. We adapt factors to local reality, which is key for Europe. Our TAM is about $1.2 trillion, and our initial sum is 2% of SAM, about $15.6 billion. Our base scenario projects a revenue with a blended take rate around 0.03% of integrated volume plus setup and monthly fees. We also run a compensation marketplace for credits and tree planting. Our founders are builders with fintech, data, and climate experience. We know how to ship, integrate, and scale with partners. We are ready to execute the first pilots in Netherlands and expand from there. Our solution turns transactions into climate actions. We have impacted over 2,300 users and analyzed more than 45,000 transactions, enabling 1,500 tons of CO2 offset and 150 tons in carbon neutral events. Our valuation is about $1.2 million. We project to achieve a total revenue of $1 million by 2027. We ask for selection in the program, capital, and hands-on mentorship to land European pilots. We will start with one acquirer or one digital bank in Netherlands and run a fast integration and show measurable CO2 results in the first 90 days. Thank you.
And thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the pitch. And let's get started with the questions. So the first question is for the audience to better understand the go-to-market strategy. Now we are hearing, just to summarize, and then of course feel free to also let the audience know if there's a good way, to quickly understand the solution. But to summarize, the engagement with the key financial providers will be key for the adoption of the technology, and this technology is quickly they will be able to quickly integrate in their existing systems. So what would be interesting is understanding in your strategy, in the go-to-market strategy, how you plan to acquire your first major banking partner, because that will definitely demonstrate how you see your timeline and projections in being successful with implementing the solution.
Okay, we got many research that people understand that the bank sector should lead this challenge because the banks has the money and the information for do that. So with the information and the money, the power that the banks has, they are the best players to put this technology to run for our own customers. So regulations are pressure every time to change how the world is going. So if you want to know, you want to reduce your impact, you should know what is your impact. That's the first thing. So to manage, you have to understand your carbon footprint.
A bit more specific, if you have to describe your go-to-market strategy in terms of markets and also defensibility of the solution in international context, right? When you're going to market, how would you describe that?
Oh, we have a simple and clean API that can be easily attached to to receive the transaction information, part of the transaction information with no sensitive information. So it is very easy to banks to adapt to our solution. So we want to do partnerships with banks all over the world. We already begin here in Latin America with some fintechs around us here in Brazil, and we want to move to Europe and use the Startup Bootcamp to help us to do this network with banks and acquirers.
And then when you talk to your clients or when you're getting the initial traction, how are you differentiating from the rivals that you have in this space?
Okay, in Brazil, our financial system is very developed. We have many kinds of different payment methods. We don't have just credit cards, we have boletos and PIX, and so we can adapt for different kinds of payment methods. And comparing to European competitors, we can have peer-to-peer methods payments to give the carbon footprint. So we had the challenge from the Latin American market to adapt our solution to anywhere. So we are here, it is easy to us to scale and adapt to any country different from us.
So the last question from my side is about the understanding a bit better the payment and the service model. So how are you expecting to be paid? By whom? Is it the financial partners? Describe a bit better how you're going to monetize from the service.
Okay, we are a SaaS, so the bank will pay a setup and a monthly fees for our service. And we have a share revenue with the bank for the carbon credits or the tree planting in the marketplace.
Okay, great.
Well, then it is time for our signature question. So what is the number one thing you want to achieve within Startup Bootcamp if you are selected?
Oh, that's a huge opportunity for us to move to Europe. We understand that the Startup Bootcamp is the key to open the opportunities in Europe, and we would like to begin with in Netherlands when acquire our bank.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much for a very nice vision, fantastic plan, and we just wish you best of luck in your next stage, in your next room.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we have a US-based startup, so we don't need to travel too far, that is addressing a global challenge. The true carbon value of urban trees is nearly impossible to measure in real life, leaving planners and developers guessing. So this startup addresses exactly that challenge. And let's welcome on stage Grow Carbon. Hello, hello.
Welcome.
Hi, everyone. This is Grow Carbon. We are revolutionizing environmental monitoring. Before I start, I just want to take a quick show of hands. Do you own a plant in your house?
Well, it's just us, but yes.
Awesome. This started because one of my friends asked me, how much do you think this plant makes in dollars per hour, per year? And so it took us on a journey. Essentially, when we look at air, air is an invisible performance killer. There's many different types of air that we're breathing constantly, and it affects us in many ways, in fatigue, asthma, dizziness, reduced oxygen delivery, nausea, cancer, so on. Previously, it took an entire weather station and hundreds, if not thousands, of sensor nodes to be able to get this type of data for where you are. With us, you click and it takes 2 to 4 seconds. And while air is being measured in these weather stations, trees are not. No one actually tracks in real time how much each street absorbs in carbon. This is our solution. Grow Carbon makes the invisible visible. We map air quality, tree sequestration, emissions, live, meter by meter, globally. One click replaces months of weather station and sensor installs. No hardware required. 2,700 species growth models. We're fusing AI, street view, satellite view, traffic emissions, plane emissions, train emissions, everything. Live sequestration and exposure combined in one platform. This is a tree in New York City. Our traction, so we currently have an active engagement with Innova Power. It's a Canadian company for vegetation management. These are power lines where the trees are growing and hitting the power lines. Currently, they have a reactive approach to this. When the tree grows and hits the power line, they go and trim it. They want to go proactive and save with us. For developers in real estate, we've been engaged by MAG Group Holdings in Dubai for their new project, Kitura Ard. We modeled out 37,000 tons of CO2 that is going to be sequestered from over 120,000 trees. We're also engaged by FAM Master Agency to develop a live air quality index for CO2, SO2, NO2, PM10, many more. And we've already gotten started on this. With real estate with property listing platforms as well, we're actively demoing to Zillow, StreetEasy, Property Finder, CoStar, many more. And these are just a few examples. We currently have 1 million trees that are mapped at 97% accuracy, and we have a global rollout at 85% accuracy. Our business model is simple. Using our one engine, we have 3 different revenue streams. From our API SaaS, our enterprise developer consulting, and the utility in government deployments. Our team is mission obsessed, full-time, and ready. We come from a background of predictive modeling, climate finance, real estate finance, blockchain, GIS, carbon intelligence, digital twins. And this is just the beginning. We're tackling 4 SDGs. And for Why Startup Bootcamp, we're positioned to grow globally, and we would love to have your help to do this in Europe, where ESG is taken seriously and where the rest of the world listens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it is time for the questions.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. And we're glad to know a bit more about why it's important to know the accuracy of the carbon emissions of our plants, as well as the ones for the in the real estate segment. But now going into the questions, you explain a little bit about the technology, but let's dive deeper into it. And you claimed a really high accuracy in the modeling the carbon of the individual tree levels. Can you explain further why, first of all, you can claim such accuracy and what is that based on? Understand a bit the data infrastructure and modeling behind it, but also why is this your secret sauce? Why are you different from other providers that probably claim similar accuracy or wish?
Absolutely. So our uniqueness lies in how we measure sequestration. We look at every single tree and we model out using the diameter of breast height. We model out the tree height, the crown diameter, the leaf area, the depth. And we focus on individual species. Each species has its own dry weight mass and is capable of growing at different growth rates. We model all of that out, and we can tell you exactly how much this tree is breathing in CO2 per hour. How we're able to test our accuracy is by being on the ground. We're the only company that actively maintains presence on the ground with sensors to make sure that what our model is telling us is correct. From what we found in the cities that we've piloted in, like New York, like Ontario, like Dubai, the air quality is 97% accurate to the sensors that we have on the ground from what we're modeling. Globally, that's 85%, where we don't have the individual trees. So I mentioned that we have 1 million trees in our database. Where we have those trees, where they're located in these 3 cities that I mentioned, that's where we have 97% accuracy.
Great. That's great to know. And maybe just as a wrap up on the data, so it's mostly sensors, or which are the other data sources that the model is trained on that, again, differentiate you, so that it's clear to the audience also how the backend, I mean, the technology is structured.
So our differentiator is that we don't use any sensors. We do not require any hardware. We're purely software company, and we monitor all the gases, emissions, sequestration globally at a meter by meter basis. So this is Amsterdam, and we can see that we're using satellite images here, and we're looking at every single road, and we're seeing how much is being emitted and how much is being sequestered. And we have all the species types, and so we're able to look at it at a very granular level. The problem is that a lot of companies, when they look at air quality, when they look at sequestration, emissions in general, they look at the city level, the coarse level. And that's a huge, huge issue. In 2024, we missed our climate goal completely. And what did we do? We just set a new goal for next year. I don't think that that's right. I think that the reason why we missed it is because fundamentally, the way that we're measuring all of this information is wrong. And this is where we stand out, is that we've revolutionized it from the meter by meter level across the entire planet. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Before we close, then just quickly, if you could say in a few words, what type of contracts or value are you looking for as the next steps for you to start with your traction? So what would be the size? Because you mentioned a specific range, but just to confirm, what is the commercial next
Could
step?
you elaborate on what do you mean by size, as in
Project
the
value.
size of
The project values.
We're open. We'd like to see where our product can be applied. So there's a couple of areas that we think that this would work in very well, including health, real estate, insurance. There's a couple more, but in utility, there's a couple more, but those are the main four that I'll mention. So for example, with power lines and trees growing, we've already demonstrated the product market fit. This is a real problem and it's global. With health, everyone drives or everyone is close to roads. At any given moment, wouldn't you want to know if the air that you're breathing is toxic? With real estate, if you want to raise a family, I think that it's extremely important for everyone to know that if you choose one location over another, your life expectancy could be hindered because of the air that you're breathing in. So those are our main.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much. Very powerful. And we wish you best of luck in the next room.
Thank you so much.
Good luck.
So for decades, welding has relied on all the same technology, heavy, explosive, and of course, polluting. Now, our next team from Egypt believes that it's time for an upgrade. So let's welcome on stage Green Flames. Hi there.
Welcome. Can't.
Maybe try to fix your microphone a bit, maybe turn it off and on, because I don't think we can hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Your slides are on. How are you feeling?
Yeah. Good. I hope you all.
Fantastic. Well, then you have 3 minutes starting now. Maybe just click on share the slideshow.
You can see it now full screen.
We can see now the PowerPoint, everything. So I think we should be able to see the full slideshow. What if you try to click on the slide? Okay. We can see your screen now. Can you try to go to the next slide?
Can you see this one?
Yes, perfect. It works. So you have 3 minutes starting now.
It's working full screen mode.
Yeah, it all works. I can see now the first slide, but we saw previously the next slide.
Okay. First of all, I'm Mu'taz, the CEO and co-founder of Green Flames. But before telling our story, let me introduce you Abdu. Abdu is a welding technician with more than 40 years of experience in the welding field. Abdu is suffering to continue his work after all this long journey in this field. Due to the global crisis in the gas supply, the gases he used to use in the welding process have been inflated in prices twice last year. Besides that, the increasing the gasoline prices used during the logistics and transportation of the cylinders have been doubled also. Besides that, the welding process used in depending on the natural gases produce a lot of toxic flame which affect and harm the Abdu health and breathing process. Abdu is not alone in this market. In his workshop, we are here in Egypt. We have more than 1 million well-trained technicians like him. All of them are expending more than 600 million USD dollar to buy welding gases, which is a small portion of a global market estimated at 1.5 trillion USD dollar. Those can work in jewelry, glass and refrigeration, and more than 25 sectors just can affect and reduce devices that engage with our daily life. To solve this issue, we found our solution in water. We have developed an innovative water electrolyzer that combines the hydrogen energy from the water and mix it with the oxygen from the air to produce oxyhydrogen gas, a gas that produces high efficient flame with zero emissions. This technology have been patented here in Egypt, and we don't stop at this point. We also have been developed our MVP. As you can see in this machine, it's just as we say in our marketing. It's just a plug and play. You just plug our machine, you generate your gas and create your flame. And we have tested our machine for more than 6,500 hours with big brands in Egypt, working with different home applicant and industrial applications. And we found it working very efficiently. And as we have started our story with Abdu, we returned it back to him. We found that with our solution, he can save up to 35% of his operation cost. He don't need any more gases. Now he was working in a safer working environment for his health and his co-working colleagues. And we have reduced his carbon footprint, and we make the welding process very automated and scalable very easily than compared to the traditional methods. We have launched our product starting this year, and during the last 3 quarters, we have acquired 12K US dollar just by renting only 2 machines. We have started our journey with just an R&D concept, and now we have turned it into a real product, and we hope to still developing it furthermore to launch it by the end of this year, and even further develop more models of it to explore more markets. All that cannot be done without a collaborative team combined between project management and technical experience and operations in industrial sectors in different fields. And please, if you want to know more about our projects, you can scan this QR code and know more details about it. And as we say always to our customer, with green flames, save your cash and miss and slash.
Yes. So is the pitch finished? Because then we have a lot of time for the questions, so that's perfect. We already have some of the first questions coming in, and Martha, will let you do the honor.
Yes, thank you very much. And let's dive into those. So first of all, thank you for explaining the context, and especially, can you hear me well? Because I hear a little bit of my echo.
Yes.
Yeah, good. This technology can be applicable to different industries, and you mentioned this, and so this is probably going to be a challenge for you to prioritize from. But based on your initial discussions, your initial reflections, also on the applications, which are the industry that you believe should be the go-to ones, and also how do you plan to acquire the customer segment, considering some of those are more traditional segments?
Basically, it's not a big issue for us at the beginning, because for the welding industry, if you are working with metal like aluminum, copper, steel, and gold, silver, or whatever, all of them are using the same torch supply for the same application. But the difference between them, they are using different bonding materials, different flux materials, and that's why we have tested our machine with different welding methodology to be applicable in those different materials. And to do that, there is a global guidelines, like in North America, the American Welding Society, or some DIN standards in Europe, and even some ISO standards. All of them are categorizing the welding process depending on the working metal. Till now, we have tested our machine with 5 metals, and it was working very successfully. And for the next phase, we can, after doing more development for our machine, we can dive in more metals and complicated alloys to make our machine compatible with different industrial applications.
Okay, so let's go back to the model, because we have received a number of questions to better understand the target audience and also how the business model works. So imagine you have to explain step by step who you're speaking to, and how are you defining the rental models, right? How are you defining the pricing? So could you re-explain in simpler terms for everyone, so to be on the same page? Who is the person you're speaking to? Is it the welder? Is it the larger company that will be interested? And also, how are you determining the pricing and the service monetization based on that? And what are they interested in terms of the technology, right? So when they're purchasing, what is the service they would want to prioritize and purchase?
Okay, we have two main general categories of customers. If we are going to deal with a factory, we have to go directly to the production engineer team or the supply chain team, because both of them are in daily facing the headache of the cylinder supply, cylinder refilling, and cylinder logistics. And when we offer our solution to them, we now he have his independent on-demand gas generator in his working facility, so he now doesn't face any logistics issues for any further process. And for the pricing, we make several case studies to demonstrate for each welding process how much he is going to reduce or how much money he is going to save during this welding process, and even how much emissions he is going to save during the process of manufacturing the product they are working in his working production facility. In the other hand side, if I am going to deal for a freelancing technician or a small workshop owner, he is basically want to save how much he is going to save and how much is process will be easier to him, because the working technician, if I am a workshop owner, I need to hire a highly experienced welding technician, which is very costly, because the welding process the learning curve of the welding process is very long. Because of we have embedded an automated solution that can make the process very easily. Just he have to make a few selections from the machine interface, just what kind of process you are going to do, what kind of material, what is the thickness of the material you want to weld, or you want to cut, or you want to even to form this material. Just by answering these few questions, he can start the process very easy. In less than 30 seconds, he can make that very automated. So that is the key aspect, the two different perspectives of our customers they look for.
Thank you very much. This is very clear. I'm really glad you explained it this way. I'm sure the audience has gained a lot of clarity.
Fantastic. Well, thank you again very much for your pitch. Thank you for the answers. Of course, now good luck to you in the second room. You will have a bit more questions there. So wish you best of luck, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Now we only have 2 startups left. So again, let's give them all of the engagement. Please ask questions. I see you're already doing that, of course, but try to ask them closer to the beginning of the pitch. And don't forget, after, maybe now or maybe after the selection day, go to Matching Stars and put a star to the startup that you think belongs in our accelerator. Well, now we go back to Europe, to Sweden. Our next startup is solving a problem that many of us who live in the cities have definitely faced, because who has ever bought a new piece of furniture only to realize it won't fit in your car, or had an old mattress that you couldn't get rid of? Well, let's welcome Fixitrix and see how they can fix that.
Yes.
Hi there.
Hi. Can you
How are
hear
you
me well?
doing?
Good, thank you.
Perfect. We can hear you well. We can see you. We can see your slides. So without further ado, let's get started.
Good luck.
So, did you know that in Sweden, only 10% of registered vehicles are small transportation vehicle? So people face small and stressful transportation challenges every day, like moving furniture, disposing of waste, or delivering items. The current options are expensive or environmentally unfriendly. Meanwhile, cities are facing issues of traffic congestions as well rising CO2 emissions. So, Fixitrix is a smart, sustainable mobile platform that connects people who are looking for a quick, affordable transportation with local helpers who are ready to help and looking to get extra income. And together we can reduce the environmental impact. Why Fixitrix? Fixitrix use AI matching to reduce empty trips, cut cost, and create greener and efficient transportation with lower fees and higher safety for both users. In Sweden, the sharing economy market is expanding rapidly with billions in potentials, plus growing demand for sustainable and shared transportation solution. So we have the solution for that, the sharing transportation service. Our customers will be all kind of people who are looking for help, with as well people who are looking to increase their income. Our business model is peer-to-peer because it's scalable and flexible, as well it's community driven with cost effective for the business. We will be a commission based on every transactions. As well, there will be a premium services for frequent users. Fixi-Trix idea got the interest of some local municipalities in Sweden, which lead us to secure 100,000 Swedish kron as a grant. As well, we have a partnership with a professional designer. We're looking to get from the startup bootcamp a mentorship, as well as connections with investors, strategic partners, as well help us to expand outside of Sweden. Fixi-Trix team is Amr, who is passionate about building impactful businesses, me, who is passionate about creating a user-centered application, and Talal, who is passionate about building scalable solutions. Thank you for listening.
And thank you very much for your pitch. It is time for questions. We already have quite some.
Yes, thank you very much. Really nice to see we can fix our tricks. No, but starting with building the community, right? You spoke about this peer-to-peer model. So how do you plan to connect people who need the help? You mentioned you're also the one passionate about doing the matchmaking. So please give us some more insight.
So both users are going to be using the mobile application, and through our AI solution, the people who are gonna be helping, they will get the task that fits their previous history and their location at the top. So we will try to keep the people in the same area to help people, the people who need help in their area.
Great. So we know these peer-to-peer solutions exist and in different ways, shapes or forms. So it's definitely a space where there are many other existing players. So if you could, again, highlight your uniqueness and your value proposition and explain why you're different and which are the target customers that you will be prioritizing in for these reasons. Please summarize that.
So our customers are going to be people who lives in the city, where most of the people in the cities don't have access to a car, or they don't have time to get rid of stuff or transport the stuff they purchase, like a piece of furniture or so. So that's where our platform come to help. The people who need help will just post an announcement at our platform saying what he need to transport or get rid of, or whatever the transportation thing is. And someone with the right car that can fit a mattress or a sofa or a fridge can connect with this person through the app, and they can agree on the time if both can fit, and the what he.
Great. So now to go into more of the details of how much progress you've made, right? So what is the size of your helper database for now, and also what is the waiting list
Oh,
So from both sides, like what are we looking at?
we're on the stage of gathering the waiting list. So we're still building the MVP now, and we're trying to get as much as possible for interested people to use our platform. So it's still work in progress.
Great. And also, if you have to sort of summarize your projections on the investments, where would you put the resources you receive in developing the technology and investing on acquisitions or enabling the community? Where do you see your costs being?
Our cost will be in building the technology mostly and marketing to get more people to know about our product.
Great. Fantastic. Well, then I think it's time for our signature question. So what is the number one thing you want to get out of Startup Bootcamp?
For us, it's the mentorship because 70 to 80% of startup fails because of the lack of mentorship and connections and investment. So that's why we joined the Startup Bootcamp.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much for very clear answers and best of luck in the next room.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, last but not least, not least at all. So look, African cities produce over 3,000 tons of waste daily, and much of that actually contaminates land and climate. Our next startup aims to tackle this massive challenge, and let's give a warm welcome to Green Access joining us from Nigeria. Hi
Welcome.
there. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. And you?
Amazing. So we have your slides on. We can hear you, see you. So you have 3 minutes starting now.
Okay. Hi. Every day, African cities produce over 3,000 tons of waste, and with more than 70% of it being landfilled or incinerated. And for each kilogram of this waste that is generated is landfilled, and that's not recycled, generates over 700 grams of CO2. Hi, my name is Obina. I'm from Green Axis, and we turn this crisis into opportunity by converting landfill-bound waste into high value polymer biocomposites. And these products cut costs for manufacturers, they reduce carbon emissions, and we also empower vulnerable communities. Waste is not just a nuisance, it's a climate threat. And in Nigeria alone, more than 900,000 tons of plastics are imported every year, which ends up in dump sites. Globally, the recycling technology remains underdeveloped, meaning that over 90% of organic and plastic waste is never recycled. Most of it ends up in landfill, generating greenhouse gases. And at the same time, industries are under pressure to reduce carbon footprints, but lack affordable, sustainable alternatives. At Green Axis, we've created a biocomposite compound from mixed waste, household biomass like food scraps and yard trimmings, combined with hard to recycle plastics and agricultural biomass. And these compounds, they sequester they sequester 3 times the weight of the CO2 in it, which is making the compound climate positive. It is 100% recyclable in a closed system, and they require minimal sorting and water in the processes. And this compound can be seamlessly put in existing plastic manufacturing processes. Lastly, we also use digital tools to integrate marginalized communities into our supply chain. In 2021, the global plastic and composite market consumed over 445 million tons of plastics valued about $545 billion. And we are targeting a 20 million entry niche, and we're starting with over 100 Nigerian factories already dependent on plastic imports. Green Axis has generated revenue by selling this composite as granules at $500 per kg to manufacturers who use it to replace partially replace plastic in their supply chain. In the last 2 years, we have diverted about 2,500 tons of waste from the landfill and empowered over 700 waste pickers with stable incomes who operate 25 mini collection centers. And we have been able to produce about 61 tons of polymer biocomposites from this waste material. We've also secured 2 pilot customers in manufacturing, and we've also developed products like logistic pallets for brands like Coca-Cola who are using it in their logistic route. Green Axis team combines of 10 years experience in circular economy innovation and polymer science expertise from BASF, BAF, and finance from KPMG and business strategy from Deloitte. We are raising about $200,000 to scale our operations and bring more factories to use our compound. At Green Axis, we are helping industries use a sustainable, climate-positive product that addresses challenges that resonate far beyond. And also, together with SBC, I'm excited that we can build a strong foundation to accelerate a lasting impact for a better and more sustainable future. Yeah, thank you.
I'm so sorry. Oh, actually, not needed. Thank you very much. I wanted to say that you are a bit over time, so I would suggest that we move to Q&A, and then we can give you an opportunity to share something that you really want to share. Sounds good?
Yeah.
Perfect. Then why don't we move to the question?
Yeah, so let's start with the first question on the countries you want to expand to, and also really summarizing once again the pain point you're trying to address in these markets.
Okay, so first I'll start from the pain points. Number one is most of the recycling technologies out there cannot actually take the most of the waste that are out there. So we created a process that can actually take the most useless waste ever, unsorted, mixed. We take it and put it, reconstruct it and put it back into the system. And why? Because a lot of, for instance, a lot of manufacturers are looking to be sustainable. So this is like a substitute for their product supply chain. And we're looking at not just only expanding, we're looking to expand at sub-Saharan African countries and also looking at European countries, because of recent, the European countries have passed a law that a certain percentage of their production should be made from waste materials.
We have lots of questions around the scalability, right, and the go-to-market here. So maybe good to summarize where you see what capital do you think is required to make this a commercial viable solution? Also, which are the incentives? You described one, the policy incentive, but which are the incentives from the government or institutions or industries for scaling this? And also, if this is a local market solution now or more of a, you're looking at expanding soon.
Okay, so it's the scalability is there. So almost every city generates waste, and they are looking for what to do with their waste. And the good part of it is that the feedstock we are using can actually be generated from, could be gotten from the local communities where we plan to operate. We're expanding. So far, what we are raising next is for us to scale our operations from 61 tons of waste, which we've done in the last 2 years. We want to increase to about 1,000 tons in the next 24 months. So that's one of the reasons we're raising, so we can be able to make more products, make more compounds for people that are demanding our compounds, which we've seen a lot of demand. And other thing we've also done is what we also saw that a lot of brands, due to they couldn't adapt to it, we started doing what we call product designing for brands. So, for instance, we've been able to develop 2 products for different brands: Coca-Cola, which we do a logistic pallet for them, and also a construction company where we've been able to make what we call a formwork board, which they use in their construction and also be used in wall cladding. So the enamels, is enormous. It can be scaled to other parts of the countries, other countries in the world.
Fantastic.
Right.
Well, I think this calls for our signature question, last one for today. So what is the number one thing you want to achieve if you are selected into our accelerator?
So I believe in a strong foundation, and with the SBC and being among the network and its network of people, I can together with the foundation, be able to accelerate the growth of my company, and also be able to create a lasting impact for the future and going beyond that. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for clear pitch, clear answers, and we wish you best of luck on your next steps.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, with that, it's a wrap of day one.
Yes.
It really did fly by. And I think that was a very nice kickoff of the week. And first of all, I just want to say thank you and congratulations to all, not even 20, 21 teams that were pitching today, because really it is your courage, your vision that just keeps inspiring us. And please know, of course, even if you are not selected, and we will find out about it, of course, on Friday, even if not, know that you have already went through so many stages of selection, and we already saw you, our dear network already saw you. So we really wish you all the best, and thank you for just being with us today. Good luck to all the startups in the next stage, in the selection room stage. So Marta, what did you think about the startups that we saw today?
Yeah, I think it was really promising, as you said. I think also we have been able to listen to pitches from different segments. As we've seen, there are many trends that are happening in this space. So it's a really hot space, and we've seen startups proposing very different ideas, some of them also getting traction, which has been extremely promising. So I'm really excited to hear everyone's opinions as well. So don't forget to vote and to share with us your preference. And I look forward to hearing about the next steps from them.
Amazing. And of course, that will be quite a challenge to narrow this down to only select 10 out of these 20 fantastic teams. But, well, it's never easy, never easy. Now, first of all, to everyone who tuned in, thank you so much. So I know that we have a lot of people that have been doing it for many cycles. I know we also have a lot of new people. I actually want to just give a shout out to Natalia, Simon, Dolly. We have Vincent, Bas, Alberto. We have Mehmet, Ali, Irina, Andre, and many, many more others. Thank you so much for asking the questions. And I know for sure that you must have voted for your favorites. And this is a reminder, today is the day to go to Matching Stars to make sure you put just a star for the startup you think belongs in our accelerator. Trust me, there are moments where it's so hard to pick between the two, and that's the moment when we see what the audience thinks. Now, you may think, so I helped select the startups. Where am I going to see them next? So the first 2 months of the program, they will be dedicated to helping them to match with mentors, to showcase a little bit their solution and pitch to investors, receive some feedback. So if you're interested to join and to help, and if you're not a part of our ecosystem yet, just go to startupbootcamp.org and go to events. That is where you can sign up for all of the upcoming events that we have. Usually we have them either virtually or at our office. So I think that's quite low effort, but very, very high impact. And now, of course, for the demo day. So when are we going to see these startups on stage presenting already their solutions after the 3 months of the program? It will be special this time. I know that you're used to our format of demo days, of a bit of a smaller 200, 300 people event. But this time it will be completely different. It will be a part of Future Expo, our annual flagship conference, bringing together 4,000 people, not only startups and investors, but also corporate partners, ecosystem partners of entire Benelux area. So this event will take place on December 4 at Sugar Factory in Amsterdam. And actually, we have a little gift for you, our audience. Thank you very much for being with us today. If you stay on this live stream for around 5 minutes, you will be able to scan the QR code and get the tickets with quite a nice discount. Now, with that, thank you all again to startups, to the ecosystem. Thank you very much, Marta. It was really a pleasure to do this together with you. And well, I think now we go off and we go to a very, very tough room where we have to select only 10 out of 20. Thank you very much. And don't forget, we see you tomorrow. Well, I will see you tomorrow here with another guest, him you might have seen before. So join at 10 a.m. to find out who is my co-host, but also to see the next wave of deep tech and robotic startup. Thank you. And remember, innovation will save the world. Yay! Oh.